Zapraszam już do zajmowania miejsc. Za moment będziemy mieli...
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. In a moment we are going to start our conference.
Proszę już uprzejmie, Szanowni Państwo, o zajęcie miejsc.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will start our conference in a minute.
Szanowni Państwo, witam na trzeciej...
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you at the third Warsaw Conference, a permanent working review conference on support for Ukraine. Let me first welcome the plenipotentiary of the government, Secretary of State for the support to Ukraine, Madam Emilewicz, and the General Dariusz Łukowski. The Ambassador of Ukraine to Poland, Wasyl Zwarycz. Let me welcome Professor Jan Malicki. Let me welcome all the ministers and secretaries of state present at today's conference and the representatives of the diplomatic corps accredited to Poland. Let me give the floor to Professor Jan Malicki. Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, the conference was to be opened by Minister Marek Kuchciński, the head of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. However, for reasons that you may guess, he cannot be with us today, and there will be another guest who will not be present as scheduled. What is Warsaw Conference? Why are we organizing its editions? The Warsaw Conference should be different from other conferences about Ukraine organized since February 2022 or since summer 2022, when we knew that Ukraine and Ukrainian armed forces will stand against Russia. We realized that Ukraine needed our support, and that's how a series of conferences and sessions started to be organized throughout Europe. But our conference stands among all of them. We gather here together not to listen to thousands of speeches by heads of state and governments. This is not about having a new high-level meeting of countries' officials. We gather here to make a review of what has been done, what is being done, and what should be done. That is why we call it a permanent working review conference on support for Ukraine. The first Warsaw Conference took part in February this year, and we discussed the issues of refugees and the assistance, contributions in kind for the assistance of refugees. The next, in March, number 2, was about humanitarian and medical assistance. Today we gather for the third time to talk about security. This is of vital importance, especially that in 3 weeks' time there will be the NATO summit in Vilnius. That should be a breakthrough moment, a special moment for several reasons. First, There will be some conclusions and probably promises to be made to Ukraine. We expect that some promises will be made to Ukraine. And the officials have already announced the scope of conclusions regarding Ukraine. But there will be one more meaningful conclusion. This key NATO summit will be held in Vilnius and will be about Ukraine. In a way, it will move out beyond the borders of the former NATO world. This is a symbolic moment for the old NATO, for the new NATO, and for us as well. And for Ukraine and all countries located at the NATO eastern flank. It will also have a meaning for Russia itself. The summit will have far-reaching consequences, I'm sure of that. In terms of specific and tangible promises made to Ukraine. The Warsaw Conference has a number of ambitions, and among them, we want to speak less about Poland and Polish issues and Polish assistance. I suppose we know that we help Ukraine, and Ukrainians know that as well. We want to widen the scope of those who take part in the conference, experts, representatives of countries, especially neighboring countries, those who are mainly involved in assisting Ukraine. During our first and second meeting, we had speakers from foreign countries, and today we will also have some foreign speakers during our Ukraine-NATO regional security panel. There will be panelists from Poland, from Ukraine, from Lithuania, and from the US. And do not forget that we will have a debate in a moment, and the debate will host our friend and guest from the Czech Republic. And the Czech Republic is indeed a country very much committed to helping Ukraine. These were some words of introduction, and once again, on behalf of the former speaker and the minister and the head of the Chancellery of Prime Minister Marek Kuchciński, let me welcome you at the third Warsaw Conference, Permanent Working Review Conference on Support for Ukraine. And let me now give the floor to our panelists, and I wish you all very fruitful debate. Now I move the floor to the Deputy Head of the National Security Bureau, General Dariusz Łukowski. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting. I realize that you've had a series of conferences, and this one is about security, as Professor Malicki said, and I understand that this is the reason why the National Security Bureau was invited to the session. Our bureau has been involved in dealing with security issues. For more than 12 months, we have a war at our borders, and the developments caused by this conflict, unjust conflict, done in violation of international order when one country simply attacked the other one, prove that our decisions made a number of years ago were right. Our decisions to join NATO and to join the European community. Today, we see the development in our region and in our neighborhood. And considering that, we focus mainly on the security of the region as a whole. Our efforts are aimed at ensuring this security. At all levels of its functioning, Poland provides assistance to Ukraine. I understand that you've discussed the multi-tier Polish assistance during your previous sessions. Individual people, non-government organizations, local and regional governments and central governments, all entities and individuals are involved in the process. In other words, Poland does realize how security in the region and how the security of Ukraine is important. Humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, and military assistance. There are different aspects of help provided, and the military assistance will be discussed more in detail, as I suppose. We try to maximize our support efforts. The Polish state provides support as far as feasible and possible for the state, and even at some risk. We provide a lot of weaponry and equipment, and we also motivate others to become more committed and to become involved in efforts to for Ukraine to be able to better respond to the Russian aggression. There are a lot of dimensions to the assistance: humanitarian, military, economic dimension, plus we provide military training, rescuers training, first responders trainings. There are a lot of initiatives conducted under the patronage of the First Lady. The burn healing specialists, psychologists and psychiatrists trainings are underway. The first responders training is underway, and we've gathered a breadth of experience in this area. The Vilnius summit is ahead of us, as it has been mentioned. We support the future Ukrainian membership in the EU, and we do our best to shorten Ukraine's way to NATO. The Vilnius summit will definitely not respond to all the needs and requirements of Ukrainians. First of all, we need to say that the Vilnius summit is about the reliability and the unity of the alliance. But as you realize and you know, Ukraine will be invited to deepen the cooperation. The Ukraine-NATO Council will be established as a platform of consultation similar to the mechanisms enshrined in Article 4 of the Transatlantic Treaty. So there will be a deepening of cooperation, and we do hope that the membership action plan will be elaborated in order to integrate Ukraine formally into NATO structure. We look forward to this summit, and we do hope that some major advances will be achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, we face the challenge of an impressive and non-law-abiding state. Moreover, we've learned that the state is not stable anymore. The developments of the recent days and the rebellion of the Wagner's group show that there are deep divides within the Russian state. This is a criminal state using blackmailing, murders. We already know the rulings by the International Criminal Court in The Hague, and that gives the hope that all the perpetrators will be brought to justice and held accountable for the crimes, the war crimes. The blackmailing by Russia is far-reaching. You have the hits on critical infrastructures, water dams, nuclear power stations. It's hard to say what kind of decisions will come from the Kremlin. A lot of efforts and measures have been implemented, and the Third Warsaw Conference is yet another piece within the landscape, within the platforms of discussions. And I think that each such platform is a useful tool to come up with ideas on how to better help Ukraine. And I believe that it brings a real added value. I look at people in the room, see a lot of experts, and I'm sure that you will come up with some very interesting and feasible solutions and concepts for the future. And that's my wish to all the attendees. Thank you very much, General. A small piece of technical information. General made a presentation as a deputy head of the National Security Bureau. The head of the National Security Bureau could not be with us. That is why he sent his deputy. And one more technical remark. We have three languages of conference, official languages of this conference, Polish, English, and Ukrainian, and our discussions are streamed into English. Now let me move to the Ambassador of Ukraine to Poland, Mr. Wasyl Zwarć.
Szanowny Panie Dyrektorze,
Honorable Minister, Director, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, dear friends from Ukraine, it is a great honor for me to be invited here and to be able to speak to so many distinguished experts and to so many friends at the third Warsaw Conference. And thank you so much for choosing the very apt topic for this conference. The topic is very pertinent and it should resonate very, very loudly. The situation with Prigozhin that developed over the weekend showed us exactly how unpredictable and unstable Russia is. And once again, we saw who guards Europe from this uncertainty, unpredictability, and the evil. The security of Europe depends on the strength and determination of Ukrainian soldiers. Thus, supporting the defense of Ukraine means the support of safety and security of the whole free world. This is why I believe there should be no taboo when it comes to delivery of weapons to Ukraine. Unfortunately, even today, not everyone is aware of the fact that the pace of assistance for Ukraine translates into lives saved or lost every day and every night. I would like for everyone to see and remember the faces of tired but smiling Ukrainian soldiers. I would like everyone to remember the residential buildings hit by Russian missiles when they consider whether another step in army Ukraine may be one step too far. We are aware of the fact that tens of thousands of Ukrainians would now be alive if not for the fact that some of our allies seem to always focus on these so-called red lines. If this alliance is not determined, it's not strong, this is an invitation for Russia to continue its aggressive policies. Russia attacked Ukraine not because Ukraine considered becoming part of NATO. It was because Ukraine was in the so-called waiting room for so many years, in the gray zone between the West and the aggressive imperialist Russia. So if we remain passive, it will only be further provocation for Putin to attack Ukraine even more fiercely. Russia has no right and should have no right and no say when it comes to Ukraine's membership in the NATO. This should be a sovereign decision taken by Ukraine and the alliance. Anything else is just an encouragement for Russia to continue its aggressive policy of fait accompli. So if we want to be no longer blackmailed by Russia, we should be ready to show Russia its place, and we should be ready and courageous enough to respond yes to Ukraine's request to join the NATO. During the Vilnius summit, Ukraine should be able to see a clear information as to how and when it could join the NATO. It should also obtain security guarantees. However, these guarantees should by no means be an alternative for Ukraine's membership in the alliance. These decisions should be taken during the Vilnius summit. A discussion is underway about creating a NATO-Ukraine Council, replacing Ukraine-NATO Committee. However, this decision alone, without an invitation issued to Ukraine and without security guarantees, will certainly be insufficient. If this is the only decision taken in Vilnius, this will certainly not be a reflection of the very high price paid by the Ukrainian nation trying to finally win its freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, we should understand one thing: the peace, stability and security in Europe depend on Ukraine's victory, its stability and security. Ukraine will be stable and secure only when it becomes the part of Euro-Atlantic community. And of course, we do not have to convince those present in this room that Ukraine should become a NATO member and that an invitation should be issued in Vilnius. And I would like to express our deep gratitude to our allies and Poland in particular. Poland has been an advocate for Ukraine's membership and is presenting this stance in each and every forum. So I would like to thank everyone who has already made the decision to support Ukraine. And I would like to speak to those who are yet not convinced. It is the time to take courageous decisions. It is very well worth it to analyze what would happen if no courageous decisions are taken in Vilnius. This would be a clear defeat and an expression of weakness of the free world. It would be yet another repetition of errors made in the past. Vilnius Summit, Vilnius 2023, should not be a repetition of the Bucharest Summit in 2008. A new page in Europe's history should be written in Vilnius. There was an opportunity to start writing this page already in Bucharest. Unfortunately, that was not possible. This should be a history of Europe with no grey zones, with no uncertainties. We want a situation where the alliance is comprised of all the countries that wish to join it and are part of the community of values. This is the only way to construct a secure Euro-Atlantic community. And let me just express my hope that one of the future Warsaw conferences will have as its topic Ukraine as part of the NATO, our common victory. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers, and let us now move on to a presentation of the report by the Eastern Studies Center, the perspectives for the arms supplies to Kyiv, current status and prospects.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to present an analysis performed by our center. This analysis pertains to arms supplies to Kyiv. Our today's presentation has been prepared based on a paper published by our experts in May in Polish and in English in June. Based on this paper, we launched a monitoring of arms supply for Ukraine when it comes to deliveries to Ukraine, the actual deliveries and the declared supplies. This monitoring is performed both in Polish and English. It is part of our monitoring of the front lines, and you can see the website of our center where you can actually see how this monitoring progresses. You can click on an image and there you will see tables of the most important categories of military equipment. And let me underline that many of those present in this room today know much more about arms deliveries than the researchers from our center, because what we use is open sources. However, we use reliable sources and we only work on the basis on those deliveries that have been confirmed. And certainly this will not be the most up-to-date and the most precise information. However, it is much better than what we can find in the Western sources. Going back to our report about arms deliveries, I would like to say a bit about the needs of Ukraine. After the beginning of Russia's aggression, Ukraine lost most of its potential when it comes to production of military equipment, arms and munitions. Those factories that produce military equipment were one of the first targets of the Russian aggression. Ukraine was no longer able to produce and maintain its equipment, to repair its equipment, and thus it became fully dependable on the supplies from the Western countries. It was also very much depending on the supplies of fuel. So they need spare parts, they need arms, they need equipment, but they also need support in trying to maintain the current level of defense capabilities. Ukraine also needs deliveries of modern military equipment to enhance its defense potential. Each category requires a different supply when it comes to production, to logistics, to financial issues. And now we can see the evolvement of Western deliveries. Back in 2014, after annexation of Crimea, deliveries of military supplies to Ukraine began, and they intensified shortly before Russia's aggression. What the Allies focused on were light equipment, munition and electronics. That's what happened at the beginning of Russian aggression. Once Ukraine was able to fence off the initial aggression, deliveries changed. So different types of military equipment, be it armored vehicles, ammunition and other elements of equipment dating back to the Soviet times were delivered. And after the conference in Ramstein, a decision was taken to deliver howitzers and armored vehicles to Ukraine. That was carried out in the summer of 2022, which made it possible for Ukraine to successfully launch attacks on Kherson and Kharkiv in October 22. In the winter 2022-2023, the United States and France declared the deliveries of short-range air defense systems. There was also one battery of SAM-T delivered. So the IFVs, the Leopard tanks, when they were declared, this was a turning point, also a mental turning point. Western countries were willing to deliver not just defense type equipment, but also more aggressive weapons. The next stage was deliveries of MiG-29s by Poland and Slovakia, declaration on future deliveries of F-16s, and the announcement of training of Ukrainian pilots when it comes to the military jets, in particular F-16. United Kingdom was the first country to cross the red line, and the United States is still discussing the deliveries of fighter jets. So when it comes to military support declared by various countries, this may be misleading because each country gives a certain value to its support, but the methodology is somewhat different from one country to another. Some countries, for security reasons, do not list the type and the quantity of equipment delivers. The institute in Kiel includes also other types of equipment, non-military equipment, and equipment that has not been delivered yet. In one country, there may be different methods of delivering equipment and calculating its value. The United States is a good example here. It's very difficult to establish a value of used equipment that is sometimes no longer in service and no longer produced. So it's very difficult to compare this data. Thus, the monitoring that we carry out, trying to demonstrate on one hand the declared and the actual deliveries, is a more credible tool. The United States is the greatest donor of military equipment for Ukraine. It has a great industrial potential, a huge military budget, so it was not a main problem for Washington, and it was not to the detriment of the US Army. United States were able to deliver the equipment. However, Washington was quite cautious in extending the range of military equipment, and this careful stance was connected with fear of escalating the conflict. The United Kingdom, Poland and the Baltic states are in the second line, just after the United States. We use the equipment that is in stock, but we also deliver equipment that is currently used by our army. So after the United States and the United Kingdom, Poland is the third donor of military equipment to Ukraine. Without this support, it would have been much more difficult for Ukraine to be able to successfully fight the Russian aggression. which is very important, not only from the point of view of Ukraine's security, but also from the point of view of protecting security architecture.
Szerzających.
The efforts are targeted at Western allies in order to widen the scope of military assistance. Statistics on specific states are included in our report. Let me now move on to prospects and challenges. For now, Ukraine needs mass equipment deliveries. Both parties suffered damage and losses, but Ukraine still has no capabilities of rebuilding its military potential. In 2023, Kiev had to get at least as much weaponry as in 2022. For now, this is post-Soviet weaponry and its stockpiles are being repleted. That is why the need is to move to state-of-the-art Western systems. Long-range missiles, fighter jets or tanks need to be supplied in tactical groups, not in a separate unit. Every time a logistic and repair backup needs to be organized in order to keep all the equipment operational. That would be the first conclusion. The second conclusion is about the mass scale supplies needed to conduct counter-offensive. This year, such supplies have not been made. It is true that a number of allies have provided equipment, military equipment already in their stocks. And the question is about the strategy and whether the strategy can be modified for the benefit of Ukraine. Actually, the Prigozhin's putsch shows the weakness of Russia. So what can be done apart from short-term deliveries? We need a coordinated military approach, and maybe during the Vilnius summit or just in its aftermath, we could see a new form of strategy. The support depends on the condition of the US and European military stockpiles and equipment. In order to increase the supplies, all the Western world needs to increase the production capacities. And thirdly, it's all about the strategic perspective and the vision of the Russian aggression that the Western states have. Is it a regional war or is it an attack against the Western civilization? And will Western states or allied states be able to counteract the attack and this manifestation of Russian imperialism? On the slide, you see the tool, our weaponry supply monitoring tool in Polish and in English version, and that would be all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Now let us move to the debate about war and reconstruction. I will give the floor to Anna Maria Dinner, who will be our moderator. Then Minister Emilewicz, Government's Plenipotentiary for the Polish Ukrainian Development Cooperation, and Mr. Tomasz Kopecin, a Czech Government Plenipotentiary for Ukraine's reconstruction after the war. He will be joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the Center for Eastern Study for inviting me. Sorry for my voice, but I've been fighting a long infection. Let me welcome you warmly.
Mr. Minister Kopeczny, I hope that everything is perfect with the connection. So I will try to switch between Polish and English. So with Minister Emilewicz, I will speak in Polish, and with you, as we coordinated it before, I will try to speak in my mother tongue. Pani minister, przede wszystkim bardzo dziękuję też w imię jako absolwentka studiów.
I'm the graduate of the Center for Eastern European Studies, and I'm proud to be the moderator of this panel. Let me move with to the first question. We are now consulting our European and NATO partners, and what are actually the main needs identified by Poland? What are the main areas of engagement for Poland at the first stage? What is the most important thing from the Polish perspective? We know that you've been analyzing the incentives for businesses, and among those incentives, there are insurance policies. This will be a long-term conflict, and not everybody will be ready to risk their assets, which may be destroyed with one hit. Well, thank you, dear moderator. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor, for inviting me to this conference.
Republic. Hello, Tomasz. It's good to have you together with us here in Warsaw. Thank you for accepting the invitation. I think that it is really very crucial and important that we can talk about reconstruction of Ukraine also in this from this regional perspective, because it is very difficult to find any other country from Western world with such a great experience of supporting and the Ukraine from the very first days, and the support is also flowing from Czech Republic. And what we discussed last time in Prague, a lot of support, both humanitarian and military aid that you offer to Ukraine is passing through Poland. So this is another, that create another place of our mutual collaboration. So thank you for that. Odpowiadając zaś na pytanie pani redaktor, to...
And now let me move to the answer to your question. Well, the Governmental Agency for Strategic Reserves produces reports on in-kind assistance to Ukraine. For now, its value is of more or less 600 million zlotys. And this is not all. Good morning, Mr. Ambassador. This is not the total amount of assistance provided and offered as part of the humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. These are goods and services sent to Ukraine, plus all types of in-kind assistance provided to Ukrainian citizens staying in Poland. It's now more than 1.5 million of people, but don't forget that during the first months of the war, more than 5 million Ukrainian refugees either transited Poland or stayed in Poland for a short time and then get back to Ukraine. But everybody was taken care of. The humanitarian assistance is not everything what we provide. We also provide military and economic assistance. According to estimates, the Polish assistance is to be at 2% of the Polish GDP from the last year. Compared to other countries, we are really at the top of the list in terms of the nominal value of assistance provided to our GDP. What are the areas of interest or focus? Well, Mr. Ambassador provided us with the preliminary program for reconstruction defined by Ukraine with special reconstruction needs. We've been now analyzing in detail the program that has been provided. This is not up to us to define Ukrainian needs. These needs are now defined by local, regional, and central Ukrainian authorities. We get more details about investment projects, brand new green ones, or complementary reconstruction projects. However, some points have already been identified. First, more than 270 Polish businesses are still present in Ukraine. They have been present before the war, and they are still present there, and more than 50% of them feel that they will become involved. It's true, they say that the pace of the economic growth is slower, but they still are there without closing their production side or making redundancies. On the contrary, especially the construction or the finishing sector businesses, chemistry, ceramics, all those sectors have been now increasing their production capacities in Ukraine because these are the needs. Ukraine is a living country and is still is always in the modernization process. The primary areas of interest needed for Ukraine and needed for all countries and for all Western Canadian or American businesses which would like to enter Ukrainian market cover infrastructure projects. And by saying infrastructure, I mean basic infrastructure, brand new BCPs, or the development of the capacities of the existing border crossing points. New road networks, especially on the Ukrainian side, plus new railway connections, especially the European gauge, going as deep as possible into the Ukrainian territory. And these are for us the areas of interest where investments can be started before the war ends. So do not wait for the day after the war. The reconstruction conference held in London issued a number of conclusions. Before, only political conclusions were issued. Here, for the first time, we've heard about funding offered by donors, including the European Commission. But every time the reservation is made, the war needs to stop and risk assessment needs to be made. For us, the efforts need to stop even before the end of the war. Last week, the government adopted the draft legislation on the new agency providing the insurance for export credits and foreign investments. The first agency that will provide insurance for businesses which will open projects or set up business projects in Ukraine. This is an agile solution. The government adopted the draft legislation last week. Let's hope that it will be passed till the end of July. And let's hope that this export credits and insurances will be available to Polish businesses and to foreign businesses ready to start their activities in Ukraine, and most importantly, to Ukrainian businesses. They will not need to open their business in Poland. They will simply need to set up a branch in Poland in order to qualify for the help from this new KUKE agency. Last week, we also got the information that the moratorium was waived for the transport of cash to Ukraine. That was the suggestion made several times by Polish businesses. This prohibition was introduced after the outbreak of war, but it impaired the payment or repayment of loans in zlotys, in hryvnia, and in other currencies. And we want to provide institutional support. That is why we want the Polish Agency of Trade and Development to be back in Ukraine. We want to open a one-stop shop, and this will be a sort of a guide for Polish businesses through the public procurement requirements and rules. This same will provide information on how to set up a business, how to settle tax liabilities and other formal requirements. So, to sum up, we will not end for the day after the war, and we are now developing the instruments and tools to support Polish businesses either already present in Ukraine or to support those 2,000 Polish businesses ready to start their business in Ukraine. From the perspective of administrative authorities and the central perspective, the strategic areas of commitment include transportation, logistics. We believe that as Poland is today a humanitarian assistance hub, it will become a reconstruction assistance hub. And that is why Poland has to make some investment in the Podkarpacie, in Lubelskie or in Podlasie regions. And that's what we are doing right now.
And almost the same question to you, Mr. Minister, because of course, as Czechia, probably you identify some other urgent needs of Ukraine. Probably you also want to develop some additional to Polish, to some other countries, capacities to help Ukraine. So, what do you perceive as the most current needs of Ukraine for now? And will you engage in very similar what is going in Poland initiatives like supporting the investors? In example, by subsidized insurance policies, because from perspective of those who try to invest in Ukraine is very crucial. And one additional question, will you engage in supporting to rebuild infrastructure crucial for regular ordinary people, especially schools, kindergartens, hospitals? How do you see the perspective of your engagement in this field?
First of all, let me thank you very much for the invitation here and wish you a very good morning. Thank you very much, Jadwiga, for the invitation. It's a real honor and privilege to speak here with such distinguished guests and co-speakers, and especially yourself. The short answer to the questions would be, in terms of current needs, I would just underline what Her Excellency Madam Minister Jadwiga has said. The Polish initiatives are very similar to the ones we have, and the next steps I will describe a bit more thoroughly. But to give not a long answer, but still a more elaborate one, what are the current needs? Still, the most prevailing need remains the military support, in which it was our two countries who were really spearheading the efforts and showing the example of what is possible. So until January this year, I was a Deputy Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, and I was running the military aid for Ukraine. As Deputy Minister responsible for defense industrial cooperation for several years before. Still, until now, Poland remains key central hub and partner in supplying Ukrainian defenders what they need. And it was during the very first few hours when we both realized that we cannot wait for anybody else in our support for Ukraine. It was in the very first few hours when we started packing everything we could have found and contracting our companies who had material desperately needed by the Ukrainian defenders, where our cooperation actually started. And it was with the office of the Polish Prime Minister, it was with the Polish Minister of Defense, with whom I have collaborated on delivering the first MLRS, the first howitzers, the first main battle tanks. The first MLRS actually got through Poland to Ukraine already on day 4 or 5 of the full-scale invasion, and it was miraculous. And I just wanted here to underline and praise the effort of your government and the cooperation you gave us, because everything was created anew, and thanks to our cooperation and trust, we managed to deliver not everything, but many of what Ukraine needed and what they used in the first days of their defense, which proved to be crucial. So still the most needed aspect is military support and prevailing military support, because the more Ukrainian defenders will be successful, the less we will have to do during the reconstruction phase. We have not, of course, stuck with the military support. We have delivered military material worth of roughly 2 billion euros already last year. And we continue in it this year with already contracted more than another 1.5 billion euro. And we have followed with humanitarian aid and with the reconstruction efforts. Now, as Jadwiga has put it very well, the reconstruction has already started. It is going on. We cannot wait, and we are not waiting for the, say, kinetic fighting to stop. And neither do wait many other actors. The fact that Poland and Czechia were basically the first ones to start delivering military material and weapons, to start also working on humanitarian and reconstruction projects, was an example to others. And I'm only happy that many others have followed suit, that now we are talking about the military support from the United States since, say, April or May last year, also with Germany, France. So those who were doubting in the beginning are now fully joined in. The same applies to the reconstruction, as I see it. More and more actors understand that there cannot be a long wait. So whatever was the discussion last year in Lugano, so precisely 1 year ago, during the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Lugano, as Jadwiga put it, there was no concrete discussion. It was only political. There was no concrete discussion about the financial tools, about what precisely will be done. This year in London, the biggest message and outtake I got from the conference was that now basically everybody is on board, and the only difference is not whether, but when they will start being engaged in Ukraine with their products, be it EBRD, World Bank, UNDP, and the private investors. The sectors we focus on are very similar to the ones Polish government is focusing on. We are focusing on energy. We have two main aspects where we focus on. First is fast deliverables. We do have concrete fast deliverables like cogeneration units or biogas stations that could be delivered before the next heating season. And it's very important to focus on the fast things, because last summer we all knew winter would come, but very little was practically delivered before, say, November. And many people were freezing, cities were put out of energy because the infrastructure was not ready. And this year the infrastructure will not be any better. And there is one big disadvantage for this winter. There will be no more deliveries from stocks and supplies from what already is on the stock right now, because almost everything we got, almost everything all the other parties got, was already delivered to Ukraine last winter. So this is crucial, to start contracting for the fast deliverables as soon as possible. The second aspect in energy is the agenda of de-Russification of Ukrainian nuclear energy. We're focusing very strongly on it, with Škoda Jaderné Strojírenství, Škoda JS, being involved in it, and of course we hope also to cooperate with Polish companies and partners. Second sector is healthcare. So just briefly, we are delivering through reconstruction aid, equipment for hospitals, primary care, and also we started to send our doctors inside of Ukraine to Ukrainian hospitals, because one of the aspects of help we did last year was we brought in doctors from Ukraine and patients from Ukraine and treated them and, say, trained them here. We realized we were only able to cure and treat dozens of patients like this, but we have to do much better. So we decided we want to treat thousands with our doctors in the hospitals in Ukraine where they are needed. Third sector is transport. Here, two aspects again. First is what could be done in Ukraine itself. So we are delivering bridges, we're focusing on railway infrastructure, from ITC to the physical deliveries of wagons, of machines. But the second aspect is very much connected to Poland, and that is increasing the transloading capacities and the general railway grid in Poland. And that's something where we should strongly push together on the European Commission and more concretely on DG Move, because honestly, this is one of the most active and practical Directorate Generals within the European Commission when it comes to Ukraine. It's not as much about politics and policies as say, DG NEAR or other ministries or DGs of the European Commission, but it's very practical, devoting a lot of financial resources on activities on the trans-border cooperation, and Poland is playing a pivot role, and we would very much like to see more getting done on the Ukrainian-Polish border, as well as on the Ukrainian-Slovakian border. Last is a niche sector, which is decontamination. In the Czech Republic, we do have a center of excellence on CBR and protection against chemical weapons that goes back decades. It's a NATO center of excellence also as well. And we basically do have a very strong decontamination sector of companies as well, because after 1991, 140,000 Soviet soldiers who were occupying Czech Republic and Czechoslovakia left the country and left the regions where they were occupying the places in an ecological mess, almost catastrophe. For 2 decades, we were cleaning the remnants of their presence ecologically. Now we do have this capacity, so we want to focus on it. To complement and just underline what KUKE is doing and what our own export credit agency called EGAP is doing are basically the same products. We're starting a new line for insurances in July on behalf of our export credit agency, and it's designed to be cooperative with other export credit agencies. So we already discussed this with my counterpart, Jadwiga. We already discussed this with the British government and the British ECA, with the American ECA, with European Investment Bank, and only if the products are put together, they can actually reach some bigger projects because of the sharing of risks and also because of the volume of money per project. So for instance, our own limit is only 3 million euros per project, so that we get as many projects as possible, but already now we're in discussion with UKEF, with EIB, so that we get bigger volume and long-term volume. So on my behalf, this would be probably the core of our activities, and as you could have noticed, in basically all of them, we either do have an established relation and strong cooperation with Poland, or we're planning to have. So thank you, and ready for the next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We definitely can find plenty of similarities between Czechia and Poland. Wrócę jeszcze raz do pani minister.
Let me come back to the minister right now. Now I have a more pessimistic question. Let's assume that the conflict will last and Ukraine will suffer more losses. Right now, Russia has come back to its doctrinal Soviet rule and assumptions, and according to this doctrine, the enemy needs to be destroyed, smashed. Is Poland going to build a coalition of like-minded countries or willing countries, those who would like to invest in Ukraine in order to coordinate the assistance and avoid duplication of efforts? Do you plan to have a sort of an economic Rammstein group? How does Poland see the prospection of fundraising? For now, we are talking about small-scale projects, smaller-scale projects. So what could be a source of funding and what could be a coordination scheme if the conflict lasts for longer? Indeed, your question is pessimistic. However, do not forget what happened in Russia over the weekend. We don't know how long the conflict will last, and the developments of the last weekend painfully proved how little we know about what's going on in Russia and in the Kremlin. We, Poland and the whole world, supporting Ukraine. Ukraine is it's a vast country. We are concerned with population demographic change, negative demographic change underway caused by migration. The longer the conflict lasts, the more people will migrate and the less chance that those who left the country at the outbreak of the war come back home. And the number of deaths, the number of births, when you compare the ratio, you see how painful it is in terms of demography for Ukraine. And this demographic data needs to be taken into consideration. And even if the conflict is a long-term confrontation, we still have areas of interest. The Western Ukraine has changed since the beginning of the war. First, because it hosted a large part of the Eastern Ukraine population, or the population of refugees who decided to come back to Ukraine. And with Tomasz, we talked about it in Prague, the electricity grid, this water and sewage systems. It's not only about the maintenance of the existing infrastructure, sometimes damaged because of war. It's also about building brand new systems, brand new installations. So the list of priority investments is quite long. Polish and Czech companies have a competitive advantage. Our businesses are already present on the Ukrainian market, and we know the Ukrainian market. But don't forget about the smaller businesses without capacity sufficient to tackle larger projects. Here we need to provide help and funding. We can raise funds for smaller projects, and we can support businesses participating in international tendering proceedings. There will be a new funding of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the agreement was signed last week in London for 40 billion euros. For this year, the European Investment Bank plans the millions to be invested in Ukraine. I tried to take precautions, but we know that the funding is there, and we simply need to support our businesses in Poland and in the Czech Republic, respectively, in their participation in the bidding procedure. And this is bad and good news at the same time. We have not sufficient experience in the tendering procedures organized, for instance, by the World Bank. The number of businesses which have taken part in such bidding is not proportional to the contribution paid to the World Bank institutions. But there is also good news that there is a lot of room for development, and we are doing our best to activate our capabilities. We want the tendering UN agency to be based in Warsaw, and that will send a strong message to the businesses from the region. The agency will be here. It will be easier to contact, and the agency will be better understood by our businesses. That would be our support to businesses. We want to make them more capable of using and prospecting the funding already available, especially that the tenders will be opened soon.
Same question over to you. First of all, unfortunately, we cannot predict a very quick end of this war and this invasion of Russia in Ukraine. So every single day, there are new objects that in the near future should be renovated. So how do you as Czechia see possibility of constructing some kind of coalition of countries which want to support Ukraine, just to coordinate among themselves? And where do you see the possibilities to find funds for that, which will be very huge, especially when we are thinking holistically about rebuilding, and not only rebuilding, but also renewing to some extent Ukraine?
Thank you very much for the questions. They point right to the core of what will be the key challenge and the decisive part of whether the reconstruction as such will be a success and whether we will also be part of the reconstruction successfully. First, coalition, coordination, those are definitely needed formats and, say, future challenges that we need to address. I believe the analogy with the Rammstein group is a useful one, because I remember precisely how the coordination in the defense sphere started with Rammstein, and it was about exchanging information about what one does, what one has already delivered, what one is planning to do, and for what one needs the help of another member from the Rammstein group so that he could deliver more, meaning like finances or other tools, transportation, and so on. Practically, Rammstein has never had, I would not say the ambition, but the real chance and the practical chance to be coordinating some sort of a fund for distributing the resources to those countries that would then use it for helping Ukraine. And if we keep this format or this idea behind the Rammstein coordination group also for the economic recovery, I think it could be viable. It could really be, in the first place, about exchanging information. Now, the exchange of information in the civilian sphere, of course, happens in many different formats. In the European Union, when I started this job in January this year, I counted 7 different international coordination groups in which we are taking part as Czechia, only focusing on energy. So there is a lot of coordination that sometimes coordinates the other coordination. But what is really needed, and that's also the core of the success within the Rammstein group, is some sort of a coalition of the willing, of those who do not only need to read a paper during a meeting, but of those who really do help and want to help more, get engaged and want to get engaged more. Which is precisely what happened with the Rammstein group. The Rammstein in the military created a place where people could talk safely and regularly with their counterparts of those countries, not all, but of those who are willing to do something extra. And this is something that would definitely have a good chance of bringing some positive results also in the recovery itself. Because again, there are so many different coordinations, but what is needed are people who just understand each other, who have similar products, not in terms of, I don't know, fridges, cars, wagons, or water cleaning mechanisms, but financial products and approaches and say initiatives. Because then they can get together and jointly deliver what is needed. To be concrete, in term, and now I'm getting to the second part of the question, and that is where to get the funding for it. If there is such a coordination, and I believe it will happen, either bilaterally or trilaterally or within a group of countries, then we can have a practical discussion about what concrete products, financial products from our export credit agencies could be used. What concrete programs from the EBRD, from World Bank, from WHO, World Health Organization, could be, say, targeted or applied for jointly with Czech, Polish, I don't know, Slovak, Dutch, German companies. What is important to underline is that it needs not to be a top-down initiative politically, but it needs to come bottom-up with regards to the not only will, but also ability of our companies, of our say, construction, energy, healthcare, transport sectors to deliver something concretely. And I will underline one thing that Jadwiga said. We in Czechia do have also very little experiences and even less successes with tendering in international financial organizations and international organizations. You could find or count the successes on maybe the fingers of one hand, top two hands. We have like 2 companies who are successful in WHO, in the World Health Organization. We have a few companies who are successful in EBRD, but it's not a mass-scale success. And compared to the general interest, where, as I understood, there are 270 Polish businesses present in Ukraine. From Czechia, we have 140. We have hundreds of companies who are in our list, that they want to get more engaged in Ukraine because they see it as a critical opportunity. And yet, it is fair to say, and that's my honest estimate, only few of them will succeed. It's a very difficult market. It's a very difficult market. It used to be a very difficult market before the full-scale invasion because of the many troubles, including corruption, including specific, say, system of public tendering. But it is an even more difficult market now with all the international money being prepared and delivered. So only few will succeed, but it is our job to make it as big a portion of the pie as possible. And we can get there if we coordinate properly, if we explain to our companies and push them also, not do the job on behalf of them, but push them to be part, to be engaged in those international tenders. Every week, I get like 5 to 10 companies regularly with the questions, what should we do? How can you help us get to the international finances of Ukraine? We read that there will be 500 billion of needs. We can fit in easily. Now, the point is a fragment, a tiny percentage, a tiny promille of the whole budget, of the whole money could be thought of that it would be somehow distributed directly. The absolute bulk of the money will be distributed through tenders, through international tendering. Very difficult documentation, dozens of pages in English, with the right wording, with the right terminology, needs to be sent to the right organization and previously approved by the Agency for Reconstruction of Ukraine in Kiev, run by Mustafa Najem, and by local authorities. So this is a huge challenge where I believe our role here is to sort of guide, point the direction, but also let the companies do their business development. No state, no country can do the business development and the profiling and the applications themselves on behalf of the companies. So it will be a joint effort where the combination of a bottom-up approach and interest of the companies combined with a strong political and here joint political push of, say, the newer players in the field of these international organizations in terms of finance will prove to be vital.
Thank you very much. Szanowni Państwo, mamy jakieś 10 minut, więc to jest czas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes left and we should now proceed to the questions and answers session. This is an opportunity for you to ask questions to our very interesting speakers.
Dziękuję ślicznie. Katarzyna Drążek.
Katarzyna Drążek, Ministry of Health. I wanted to ask about a very interesting theme which I could hear in the presentation of our Czech colleague. We spoke about support from World Health Organization for different companies. Is there an idea of how to put together these non-typical connection between the economic realm and the healthcare realm. Are there any ideas of specific projects that we can imagine or plan for the future in the area of healthcare? Thank you.
Mr. Minister, understand the question about how do you see the engagement of International Health Organization?
Thank you very much for the question. WHO has its own tendering procedures. Now, WHO also has local branches. So there is WHO in Prague, in Warsaw, in Kiev. Sometimes it's run from the center, from HQ, sometimes through these local hubs, the tenders. To give an example of what we are focusing on, primary care, meaning projects that could deliver the primary equipment needed for the raided general practitioner offices, local doctors' offices in the deoccupied region. There is nothing left. So the bulk of the population, if they have even a minor injury or health problem, they need to go to the big hospitals, which are overloaded with patients from the war zone. So primary care is focus number one, but in general, we also focus on equipping hospitals. And now, WHO is rather practical in this, so they are also looking into not only the equipment, not only the deliveries of pharmaceutical products, but also the financial and the tendering procedures. So, for instance, what we are planning, and we'll see how it goes, in September, October, we will have a series of seminars with the representatives of these organizations, including WHO, where they will be explaining to we have like 110 companies in the healthcare sector who shown an interest. So they will be explaining to our companies what are the possibilities, how do they have to apply, what are the legal restrictions in terms of import of pharmaceutical products, for instance, and so on.
Minister, to jeżeli ja mogę tylko uzupełnić.
Well, if I may, I would like to add on to something my colleague has said. During the pandemic, as we very well know, one of the aspects that Europe felt very strongly was the lack of production of active components and pharmaceuticals. For example, we were worried that Europe would run out of paracetamol, for example. Such factories are still present in Ukraine, so this is something that WHO is interested in. And there are pharmaceutical companies in Ukraine that are interested in cooperating with partners from our countries. So WHO could help the companies that could be interested in producing together with Ukrainian companies, be it pharmaceuticals or active substances, active components. Ambassador, thank you very much, Madam Minister, Mr. Minister, for your active support for reconstruction of Ukraine. What I have to say is not so much a question. I just wanted to add on to what was being said. I would like to encourage you to visit the DRIT.com.ua. It's digital reconstruction of ecosystem for accountable management. So this is a new platform constructed by the government of Ukraine. It is dedicated to reconstruction and recovery with detailed information about projects, about their financing, about projects. The value of this platform is that information for this platform is uploaded also by local authorities. So those regions which have suffered most and who have greatest knowledge about what project would be the most valuable and the most urgent. So we do not have to wait until the day after the war. We should start already now. We encourage you to get involved in Ukraine. There are lots of opportunities and there is lots that we can do together. Well, thank you very much. And the very last question or comment. Good morning. Government Security Center, Sławomir Łazarek. Security is of key importance, but I would like to ask Madam Minister one question. Reconstruction of Ukraine, these would be Polish, Czech, and companies from other countries that are willing to be active in Ukraine. But I have a question, and I would like to refer to what Mr. Ambassador has said. Is there an idea of how to encourage greater cooperation between Polish companies and Ukrainian companies? Because the European funds from other sources are important. However, there are still local capabilities in Ukraine that could be very supportive in our operations. Not all Polish people will go to Ukraine to reconstruct it. So do we have an idea on how to increase cooperation between Polish companies and Ukrainian companies that are already there, so that we could coordinate the Polish input? Thank you very much. This is a very good question. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. DREAM is a very important platform. It was presented in London last week. We spoke about it last week here as well. So institutional support for this type of activity will be provided by Polish Agency of Investment and Trade, PAIH, right after the outbreak of war, opened an office with Ukrainian companies, those companies that had to move their activities out of Ukraine and are now operating in Poland. So this could be a start of cooperation. And another element would be the PAIH office in Kiev. As I have mentioned, we want this to be a sort of conveyor belt, instructing people how to operate in Ukraine, what is the legal environment, what is the economic environment, but later it will serve as a contact point between Polish and Ukrainian companies. And also Credo Bank, owned by PKO BP in Ukraine, offers small loans. It has offices throughout Ukraine, including those oblasts which are still occupied, and there are microloans for small and medium enterprises, Ukrainian companies, and this is a very good bridge because Credo notifies Polish companies about the portfolio of Ukrainian companies that merit their attention. I know that Mr. Marczuk is here. He is the Deputy President of the Polish Development Fund, and they are already working on support for companies interested in reconstruction to be able to work in joint venture mode with Ukrainian companies. So this is something we're doing. We want to actively support business organizations which are created outside public administration and that bring together Polish and Ukrainian companies, or Polish and Ukrainian joint venture companies which are already operating. So we want to support these business organizations. It's one of our objectives, but probably Mr. Marczuk could tell us more about this. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is almost over, so thank you very much, Madam Minister,
for joining us online. To były naprawdę bardzo.
This has been a very interesting debate. We've learned a lot about how Poland and the Czech Republic imagine the cooperation with Ukraine and their involvement in reconstruction and recovery. And yes, it's an important message. We are not waiting for the day after the war. The needs are there already. The needs are urgent. And it is also a signal that we are not leaving Ukraine on its own. We are not waiting for Ukraine to be destroyed by Russia. Let us end with the message that we all want for the war to end as soon as possible, and we all want to see the moment where we can focus purely on reconstruction and recovery and the development of Ukrainian economy. And we shall now have a coffee break. Thank you.
Dziękuję uprzejmie, szanowni państwo.
Thank you very much. So 15 minutes of break. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, w takim razie...
Ladies and gentlemen, the next point on our agenda is the presentation of the report by the analysis group, Belarus-Ukraine region. Those of you present in this room and those of you listening online could ask yourselves why during a conference that is dedicated to Ukraine, to military assistance for Ukraine and its security, we are discussing Belarus. My colleagues will explain this during their presentation, but the main reason is the fact that for everyone who is watching the situation in Ukraine, it is clear that the Belarusian factor is of importance. Dr. Olenska and Dr. Usov are with us already. They are members of the analysis group, Belarus-Ukraine region, active in at the Warsaw University. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Let me start by saying a few words about our analysis group. We are an international team, and the proof of the fact that cooperation is possible in the realm of academia, journalism, and we have been working together for quite a number of years, and we have recently published our report number 8, and it is focused on consolidation of the authoritarian rule in Belarus. All our previous reports were focused on particular topics: relationship between Belarus and Ukraine, the crisis on the Polish-Belarusian order, or the economic situation in Belarus. The most recent report focuses mainly on the consolidation of authoritarian rule in Belarus. It presents different aspects of consolidation. It describes the process of building an area of authoritarian rule. It also speaks about the way human rights and democracy are dismantled. Jarosław Książek wrote a chapter in which he speaks about the present-day situation of the Polish minority in Belarus, and he's mainly focusing on situation post-2020, and the space has reduced greatly and the situation has vastly deteriorated. This report discusses also the economic aspects and the potential for dialogue between Belarus and Ukraine after the war is over. There are two chapters that are dedicated to legislative changes in Belarus, and the objective is to facilitate repression and consolidation of Lukashenko regime. There is also a part that is dedicated to propaganda, and there are two keywords which are used in the jargon post-2020: extremists and terrorists. These are the two keywords or buzzwords used by the regime. This shows how a new dichotomy is constructed in Belarus in terms of the social structure. On one hand, we have the loyal citizens who are rewarded, and on the other hand, we have those who resist the regime, and they are described as terrorists, extremists. They are put on an ever-updating list of extremists. Extremist-related materials are being listed as well, which is then followed by repression. In another part of the report, we say that the Belarusian society is not passive. It creates opposition structures and paramilitary structures. Dr. Usov is the author of this part of our report.
Thank you very much. I was asked to make my contribution short to have some time for questions and answers, and that's what I'm going to do. My most recent analysis is about possible scenarios. Forced transition or transition by force in Belarus. We all know that Belarus is one of the key elements of the war, against Ukraine. Moreover, Belarus feels the impact of the Russian presence, military information propaganda presence. Unfortunately, this is a hybrid occupation. The deployment of nuclear weapon in Belarus poses a threat to Ukraine and is a key element of the military Russian occupation of that country. This reduces the possibilities for transition, political transition in our country. Myself, I am from Belarus. Indeed, over the recent months, considering what has happened in the Belgorod Oblast and the entry of military Russian groups, then the disease of Lukashenko and his disappearance from public space, and the last putsch by Prigozhin has proven that the transition by force and the intervention of Belarusian troops fighting in Ukraine against Russia is indeed possible. This option needs to be taken into account. We need to analyze the possibilities of the opposition forces to see if it will be able to implement this scenario when and if the war ends. If the Ukraine wins and there is crisis in Russia, of the like what we saw last weekend, Belarusian opposition needs to have enough of political and military capabilities. And it also has to get Ukrainian consent for the implementation of this transition. And Western countries either need not to interfere or turn the blind eye to such scenario. The second key question is about the capabilities of the Belarusian opposition right now. The most recent developments, the smuta by Prigozhin and the disease of Lukashenko, have shown that Tikhanovska's cabinet is not politically ready to use the opportunity, to seize the opportunity and to implement this scenario. They are only reactive. They take a stance once something has happened without any forecast or any far-reaching scenarios or plans. That's the one part, and the other part of the Belarusian opposition and Kalinowski regiment, especially, so the military part, is ready for such a scenario. However, they do not have enough resources, even if this is the most well-equipped and the best skilled unit among the Belarusian opposition. They are only 300 people. And apart from Kalinowski regiment soldiers, other smaller units, Belarusian units of 30, 50 people are present in Ukraine. According to my estimates, over the years, I mean 1.5 years of the war, more than 1,000 Belarusians have been trained and prepared for combat. This is a major unit, but this is not a consolidated force commanded from one headquarters, from one center, and this is one more appeal or need or requirement from the Belarusian opposition to have one centralized operational unit or headquarters to liaise with all scattered military units. In the 30 years of independent Belarus, the Belarusian opposition has never had such a strong military force as today. And fortunately, the opposition forces are not fully able to use the potential of those people. And moreover, psychologically and politically, Western countries need to be prepared for such a scenario of a political settlement by force or a transition by force in Belarus. This is, for today, one of the most probable scenarios to take place after the war ends, and after the war ends with victory of Ukraine. I highlight that. Thank you very much, and now I'm ready to answer your questions. I'll take one or two of them. There's one question at least. Good morning, Paweł Pietrzak, the National Security Bureau. I have a question about the possibility of Belarusian units entering Ukraine. Is it possible that pro-Lukashenko Belarusian units enter Ukraine? Lukashenko has not taken this decision yet, but do you believe it is possible? But after the Prigozhin's smuta, we see that the political space has changed and has transformed, and Lukashenko is and Lukashenko was the final player in the settlement of this military and political crisis in Russia. However, we have some non-confirmed information that Prigozhin and Wagner's group can be dislocated to Belarus, and they are like 25,000 people, and because of that coup, Wagner's group position is unstable, but at least 25,000 people from the Wagner's group are in Belarus, this could change the situation in the country. Right now, the Wagner's group has been actively involved in the military training for both Belarusian military armed forces and for private armed groups formed by influential people from the circle of Lukashenko. So such an important number of members of the Wagner's group opens a possibility that the new front will be open in the aggression against Ukraine, by hybrid provocations, hits, relocation of resources. All those steps may still be taken. You've asked about the invasion by Belarusian armed forces into Ukraine. There is a possibility, and fortunately, as there is a possibility that nuclear missiles will be launched from the territory of Belarus. If the Ukrainian counteroffensive is effective and Russian troops fail at the front, and if there is still occupation of the continental Ukraine, Lugansk, Donetsk, and Crimea, in order to save life and in order to save the regime, because there will be a giant political crisis in Russia, Putin may decide to force Lukashenko to use Belarusian troops, or may decide to use tactical nuclear weapon from the territory of Belarus. As long as the war lasts, we need to stay precautious and we need to take into account this kind of scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no questions, I'd like to thank the panelists from the analysis group Belarus, Ukraine and region, Dr. Paweł Usek, Dr. Justyna Olecka. Thank you very much. And let us now move to the presentation of the report on the latest research on Ukrainian war refugees in Poland, conducted by the Center for East European Studies of the University of Warsaw and the EWL platform. Anatoly Zemlin, Mariusz Kowalski and Maria Kuzenko.
Szanowny panie profesorze, szanowni goście, bardzo dziękuję.
Dear professor, dear guests, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to present our most recent report. We are now speaking a lot about military support, military activities, and now let us focus on the human aspect. It is people who need to be looked after, who need help. We need to understand their needs, their plans, and the situation they find themselves in. Currently, in the European Union countries, there are approximately 4 million refugees from Ukraine. This is a part of a problem that we looked at and together with our Center for European Studies and EWL, we have been looking at the transborder mobility since 2018. Until now, we published 15 reports. Before the war, we focused on economic migration, but since the 24th of February 2022, we refocused our activities focusing on war refugees. We did 3 studies last year, 3 studies this year. We presented them during previous editions of the Warsaw Conference. The results of our joint research will be presented by myself, Mr. Mariusz Kowalski, and Maria Kuzenko, Operational Director of EWL Foundation. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by speaking about the methodology that we used for our research. We looked at Ukrainian refugees in Poland, although we looked at both war refugees or people who had already been in Poland when the war started, so those were the economic migrants. We wanted to focus on the war, but we could not forget the background, the population from Ukraine that had already been in Poland before the war. We wanted to show or understand the difference between economic migrants and refugees, both from the point of view of quantitative and qualitative aspects. This study is just a snapshot because it does not cover all the refugees in Poland. We should also pay attention to the fact that there is a serious problem, as the demographic potential is an important issue for from the point of view of the military strength, so that supports the war and the army and serves in the army, it is also important for Ukraine from the point of view of future reconstruction. So there is a question how many of the refugees will remain in other countries and how many will return to Ukraine, and what will be the quality of the human resources in Ukraine post-war. We performed our survey in form of direct interviews. In March this year, we spoke to 500 adult citizens of Ukraine in Poland at the time. 300 persons had been in Poland before the war and 200 were war refugees, and we wanted this to be a representative sample. This is why we spoke to people in big cities, mid-sized towns, and in smaller towns such as Szydłowiec or Wadowice. We wanted to have a comprehensive picture of the situation. When it comes to refugees in Poland, we have to be aware of the fact that for a long time we had the biggest number of Ukrainian refugees in Europe. Towards the end of last year, the situation changed, so over 1 million refugees are now staying in Germany and enjoying temporary protection. In Poland we have approximately 1 million, and the number is quite stable. It has not changed much since October 2022. Another country with a big number of refugees is the Czech Republic, and the number of refugees there is decreasing slowly. So the situation in Poland is more or less stable. The number of refugees in Germany is increasing slightly, and in the Czech Republic this number is decreasing. So when we speak about our respondents, some of them being refugees, compared to the economic migrants, an average refugee is in most cases a woman. 92% of all the refugees are women. This is the result of our study. Secondly, before the war, the composition of the migrant population was composed of 50% women, 50% men. And when it comes to age profile, there is a change. More persons middle-aged or younger middle-aged, so this would be women aged 36 to 45. The number increased by 11 percentage points. And we should also pay attention to the fact that these women are usually accompanied by their children. In the past, only 11% of economic migrants declared that they are staying in Poland together with their children, and right now 40% of pre-war migrant population is accompanied by their children, so children joined their parents after the war started. And when it comes to war refugees, 3/4 of war refugees are women with 1 or more children. So most of these women are here with 1 child, and only a smaller proportion with 2 or 3 children. This is also something that gives us information about the demographic situation in Ukraine. And when there are children, we have the issue of education. So we need to provide educational services for both children of the migrant population and of war refugees. Ukrainians have a very pragmatic attitude towards this problem. So some children are just following a Ukrainian curriculum, but this is mainly true for war refugees who have not settled in Poland yet. Some children are only attending Polish schools, so that is probably 1/3 of children. And there is also a significant group between 30 and 40%, depending on whether this is migrant population or refugee population, of children following both curricula, attending Polish schools and also Ukrainian schools online. There is also a question of mobility of migrants. We know that they are more willing to stay in the biggest cities, and they usually come from biggest cities, and it is a natural trend for them. Ukraine is more urbanized than Poland. It may come as a surprise to some people. It has more cities with a population of more than 1 million than Poland. However, jobs are available in smaller towns mainly. So we asked our respondents whether they'd be willing to move to a smaller town if they could find a job and accommodation. As it turned out, 40% of the migrant population and 40% of refugees would be willing to move to smaller cities, which shows that they are quite flexible. When it comes to the level of education, war refugees are better educated than the pre-war migrant population. 50% of those have university degrees, and as for the migrant population, this was 1/3 of the respondents. So we can see that the better educated people who had jobs in Ukraine were forced to leave the country, which results in more problems. And as regards their understanding and their knowledge about Poland, how they perceive Poland, whether what they had imagined is actually what they saw. And it turns out that 71% of war refugees say that what they found in Poland is a confirmation of their expectations. Usually people think about Poland as a Western country, so they usually imagine Poland as something very, very positive. Those who have been here for longer are more aware of the shortcomings of the system. So still the 2/3 of this population says that their way they imagined Poland was confirmed by the reality. Approximately 50% of each group says that most jobs in Poland are for manual laborers and non-skilled workers. And the question whether Poland is an attractive country when it comes to establishing companies, economic activities and running businesses, 2/3 say that Poland is indeed an attractive country for self-employed or small businesses. So this is probably a very positive result for Poland. Is Poland the right destination for migration for persons that have high qualifications of skills? 3/4 of war refugees says that indeed Poland is an attractive destination for highly skilled workers. And then access to medical care. Well, Polish citizens tend to complain about the public medical care, and our Ukrainian respondents, both the pre-war migration population and the refugees, in their majority have very positive opinion about our healthcare system. Thank you very much, Professor. Let us now move on to the healthcare and labor market aspects. Madam Kusenko.
Thank you very much. I move on to the healthcare system. Before the war and refugees after the war, both those groups have access to healthcare services, most of them to public healthcare services. Up to 55% of them would rely on public healthcare. Out-of-pocket expenses are mainly incurred by pre-war migrants. migrants and refugees would choose their own private healthcare and would also consult the Ukrainian doctors online. There are a lot of discussions about supporting Ukraine in a number of conferences and seminars. Our ambition is to show how Ukrainian people staying in Poland are assisted right now. There are two groups, pre-war migrants and refugees. The majority of funding goes to the accounts of the Ministry of Defense, or remittances are made directly to the families from both groups. Ukrainian citizens also support NGOs, both in Poland, those who have been implementing a number of projects, and Ukrainian NGOs present in Ukraine. This slide shows the employment rates, and this is a major success of Poland. Ukrainian refugees, 71% of Ukrainian refugees are now employed, and this is thanks to a huge effort made by the government and Polish employers. There was a quick adjustment of labor procedures and workstations, job positions. As for pre-war migrants, the employment rate here is 83%, so these were mainly economic migrants. Mario said that war refugees are extremely well qualified. And we asked the following question: do you think that your job is equivalent to your qualifications acquired in Ukraine? And 59% would say no, and 42% found the job adapted to their qualifications. Is there a word of mouth among Ukrainians concerning work in Poland? We use the MPS tool to study this phenomenon, and in both groups, the pre-war migrants and war refugees show very high percentages, 57% and 28% respectively. As for the recommendation of work in Poland, thank you. Because the time is tight, we will speed up. A couple of participants asked the question about the future of refugees and the place of stay, either in Poland or in other European countries. We also had that question in our survey. What are the findings? The general finding is that more than 75% of refugees who right now stay in Poland in a shorter, longer run would like to come back to their homeland. The question is about the date. More or less 30% of refugees staying in Poland do not want to stay until the end of the war and wish to come back to Ukraine in the incoming months. Look at the other findings. The percentage of refugees who'd like to stay in Poland forever is quite minimum. It's only 1%. And 19% of refugees have not taken their decision yet. The next question: what is the motivation for Ukrainian refugees to stay in Poland? Well, the first factor is the social factors: similar languages, similar culture, affiliations, family, friends staying in Poland. The second are economic factors. So it's relatively easy to find a job. It's relatively easy to handle all regularization of stay and job. And what are the demotivators? Have a look at the list. Social factors are on the top of the list: concerns and fear about the close family members who right now stay in Ukraine. More than 50% of respondents declared that. Economic factors again rank as the second. Not always easy to find a job or job offers not aligned with the qualification or insufficient means of subsistence. Now the integration challenges. According to our respondents, the key factor behind the successful integration is access to social benefits, language trainings, and the wider access to the education system in Poland. What kind of channels help to reach out to Ukrainian refugees in Poland? Internet messengers, social media, they usually list Telegram, then Facebook and Viber are all very, very widely used channels for communication and information dissemination. As for traditional media, the TV or the radio, it's 17% and 2% respectively. These two are the sources of information for respectively 17 and 2% of Ukrainian refugees in Poland. And what would be the motivation for Ukrainian refugees to come back to their homeland? First, they say social factors to reunite with the family and friends. And next, you have a so-called civilization choice of Ukraine, a future membership in the EU and a future membership in NATO. The perspective is closer, is more realistic, has become more realistic over recent years. The third rank, economic factors, and then also the reconstruction and reform of Ukraine, assistance to the reconstruction process and reforms expected to be implemented, to be launched in Ukraine. And that would be all. Our reports are downloadable from our website and from the website of the Center for East European Studies. If you have any questions, we are ready to answer them. The Government Security Center. I represent the Government Security Center for Poland, and for Ukraine's security, what counts are the factors which motivate the stay in Poland or the return to Ukraine. And as social elements, that is the elements which stand for the perception of Poland among Ukrainians. Those factors have an impact on security and have an impact on the quality of cooperation. At the social level, integration, or, if I may use the word, building the confidence between communities is all about social fabric. It's not about politics, and politicians need to make a true effort to go up to a higher level of confidence already built among communities and societies. My question is about the conclusions on tendencies. Do you conclude on the tendencies that could be provided to decision makers? For now, we don't know, at least widely, that Russians kidnap children, and this is a long-term challenge, and these abductions will have a long-term impact on Ukraine with no effective replacement of generations. So do you have a long-term program, research program, to identify tendencies, patterns, evolutions, developments, sort of a research program which would show what could be done to counteract these negative phenomena? Thank you very much. This is a cyclical study conducted since 2018. It has changed after the war, after the start of the war. You know, there are issues which come up and then disappear, but we do try to follow up trends and cycles, and we will publish new reports on the reconstruction of Ukraine. This has been raised today, despite artificial intelligence, robotization and automation. There will be no reconstruction of Ukraine without free labor force. Ukrainian experts and government agencies in Ukraine highlight this issue. There are several million Ukrainians outside its borders, like more or less 4 million in the European Union, and even some other millions in other countries. With that demographic deficit, the Ukrainian government has to work on the migration policy. Right now, opinions are being voiced that probably the Ukrainian authorities will need migrants from other countries to ensure that the reconstruction of Ukraine is truly effective. We will study that, we will follow up these tendencies and report that to Polish decision makers. This study and the report that's being presented here has been done based on questions formulated by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, the Government Security Office and the Office for Refugees. These were the most urgent questions in early this year, but the next edition will be conducted soon and we will take that into consideration.
Szanowni Państwo, czy mam...
Ladies and gentlemen, are there any questions to our speakers? I don't see. If there are no questions, let me thank our speakers, our panelists. Thank you very much for this presentation, and I invite you for a 15-minute break. Let's break for a coffee. We will rearrange the room and the podium, and we'll be back at 11:50, and we'll start the next point on the agenda of the third Warsaw Conference, exactly on time.
those who are still having coffee that we are about to begin the last but important panel debate of our conference that is Ukraine, NATO, regional security. So this is the key topic of the third Warsaw Conference. It is also a very pertinent topic.
Można ten ekran zdjąć.
Ladies and gentlemen, still good morning. Thank you very much for your invitation for this conference. Thank you very much to those who survived in the audience. I know how difficult it is to be whole day on the conference, and towards the end it's worse and worse. However, I hope for the most important and interesting panel now. We agreed within the panel that would be in English, because we have 4 languages here, and it would be much easier to handle those languages. Better probably for interpreters as well. And another resource we have here, human resource, is perfect panel. Let me introduce the panelists. First, Mrs. Anna Tyszkiewicz from Department of Security Policy, Polish MFA. Then we have our friend from Ukraine, Professor Grigory Perepełyca, Director of Foreign Policy Research Institute. Then we have Ambassador Mariusz Janukonis from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Lithuania. We met with Mr. Ambassador in Kiev 5 years ago, because I am still the member of Defense Reform Advisory Board for Minister of Defense of Ukraine, and we were meeting quite frequently over the last year. We have also a friend from the United States, Professor David Sacko. We're talking about pronunciation, and he'd rather prefer, with his Polish roots, pronunciation in Polish, which is Sacko. His family comes from Podlaskie. And the last but not least, Director of International Security Policy Department from Minister of Defense of Poland, Mr. Piotr Pacholski. Perfect mix of expert, academia, government, diplomats, even retired militaries, and I can notice at least 3 Navy captains here. I am also the former one, which is surprising. Now, another resource we have is the time. We are in very comfortable position. We have 120 minutes, and I remember I was moderating recently the panel of 5 panelists with 1 hour only. So that was the time to say hello, thank you for invitation, and goodbye. Now we have perfect timing. And my plan here is to give each of the panelists at least 7 to 10 minutes for initial intervention, initial statement, whatever. But the statement has to be around the topic of our conference, which is a classical triangle, a classical triad, Ukraine, NATO, regional security. Just to remind everybody that Poland is the only NATO and EU country which borders now the country attacked, our brothers and sisters in Ukraine, and the aggressor, Russia. This is a very important place, geostrategic place, as you realized. So let me turn first to Grigory Perepełyca, who would present us with the presentation, which is supposed to be in English, but Professor will speak in Ukrainian as the only one. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, first of all, I would like to express my pleasure personally for Professor Jan Malitsky and all organizers, which invited me to this conference and possibility to express my point of view on this very provocative and very challenging problem, as you said, Ukraine, NATO, and regional security. Also, I will use double language because our time of presentation is limited, as you said. Therefore, first of all, I should provide a short observation in English according to key points of this problem as challenging problem, and my much detailed observation will be in Ukrainian language if we will have more time. Of course, this problem, which we consider was provocative by the Russian Federation, as you know, Russian-Ukrainian war. Russian-Ukrainian war created a big crisis of European security and particularly regional security. Therefore, we have a triangle crisis, or trilateral crisis, Ukrainian crisis, NATO in crisis, and regional security in crisis. Why? Because Russian-Ukrainian war is a test on not only dry force, but also a test for Ukrainian surviving as state independent. For NATO, how NATO could respond, or can NATO adapt to have adaptive response for this crisis and regional security. In fact, that regional security just now fully destroyed by the Russian Federation, but aggressions of the Russian Federation. Therefore, it's very challenging and comprehensive problem. Content on this problem, my point of view, consists of 6 main points of this problem. First of all, first question, according to NATO. According to NATO function in a retrospective context. The second question about deterrence and defense concept. Why did it work nowadays? The third, concept of deterring the Russian Federation avoiding a confrontation with NATO does not mean in deterrence. The fourth main point, dilemma of responsibility. Guarantee for security without guarantees to collective defense for Ukraine, which we consider in two options. First of all, if Ukraine, during the Vilnius summit, doesn't have clear perspective to membership in NATO, therefore, what Ukraine can take instead of membership of NATO. And Mr. Zelensky, our president, said about guarantee according to Ukraine, because Ukraine had some Budapest memorandum. In fact, it was fate. Therefore, just for this mistake, Ukrainians pay bloody, and our victim, many peoples. Therefore, according to such research approach, we can consider for our Ukrainian expert community two options. Of course, Western community of Westerns can propose to you Israel model. And the second model is the concept of control and assessment as a response to threat for Ukraine, of course, and for the regional security. And 5 points, prospect of NATO in future architecture of regional security with Ukraine or without Ukraine. What NATO are planning and NATO's vision about future architecture of region security. It also just problem because we don't see clear formula or clear model of future regional architecture in Europe. And last, prospect of future regional security architecture with NATO or without NATO. Such question also just discussable in Ukraine and out of Ukraine. According to, I don't have any time. Okay, I will continue on Ukrainian language because we should to observe NATO development and function development for the beginning of the Cold War and nowadays. Так, дійсно, НАТО пройшло великий шлях,
Indeed, NATO has traveled a long road since its establishment in the late 1940s. It was an active and important organization during the bipolar world security architecture. It worked during the peace times in Europe. So there is an expectation of a roadmap, and this roadmap would work for a country that is not a party to a conflict. However, there is a war in Ukraine, and this roadmap does not really apply as it includes some political criteria. So a country should not be party to a conflict or should not be under direct threat. However, Finland was accepted as a member of NATO regardless of the war between Ukraine and Russia. Russia had nothing against Finland's membership in Ukraine. However, the situation is different when it comes to Ukraine. Putin decided to wage a war against Ukraine in order to make sure that Ukraine cannot become a member of the alliance. And when we look at NATO functions in a retrospective context, since the very beginning, NATO's objective was to stop the expansion of communist Soviet Union. We could see this in the Washington Agreement signed in 1949. This concept was an expression of a more important or underlying plan of stopping the expansion of communism, of containment of communism. So the containment worked, and after the end of the Cold War, NATO was in crisis. The bipolar world was no longer there. The enemy has disappeared, so defense was no longer necessary. So we looked at the collective security and collective responsibility as the more important function. So containment was no longer the focus. Security became the focus. Ukraine was part of this concept. But once the war began, this security concept was no longer valid. And when we speak about the containment or deterrence of Russia, so deterrence and defense is the concept that has been adopted. Why does it not work for the NATO? It does not work because the main conditions are no longer met. So first of all, our enemy is highly motivated, so may decide to wage a war despite all elements of deterrence. And this is what happened. So these are the three fundamental conditions for successful deterrence. So first of all, level of aggressor's motivation, and the second thing is the object of deterrence. So those who are aggressive may communicate their expectation, and they can expect a response. And then the third thing, if the aggressor is not meeting the conditions or not respecting agreements, the deterrence can no longer be successful. So what we can see here is the situation in which the aggressor thinks that the price they will pay for waging a war is greater than the is greater than what the aggressor can actually receive in return for the war. And then the clarity about the purpose of restraint. And the third thing, the aggressor must be sure what losses they will have to suffer and whether it is possible for the Western world or the United States to be able to punish. Is there possibility or is there political will? And Putin does not think that the West has the political will or the capabilities to punish the aggressor. And this is the reason why Putin decided to wage the war and why he continues this war regardless of the warning signs from the Western world. So deterrence does not work against Russia. NATO is trying to avoid conflict, direct conflict with Russia, but avoiding a conflict is not something that will successfully deter Russia. So we can see diverging interests. Ukraine is interested in unconditional victory, and the West's interests are somewhat different. And to conclude, what would be the end result? Well, it depends on the consequences of the war. We can see three possible scenarios. No one is able to say how the war will end, but certainly it will result in a change within the global security and international relations. This will be a test for the NATO, but also for the whole global security architecture. This architecture no longer functions. It has been destroyed, and it will need to be redesigned. So preservation of the status quo, that's the first possibility. This is what Biden and Sullivan keep saying. Ukraine cannot lose this war and Russia cannot win this war. So this would be preserving the status quo. So what are the consequences presented on this slide? If Ukraine loses this war and Russia wins this war, Ukraine will disappear as an independent state. And Russia will start a new expansion to the eastern flank of the NATO. And here that would be aggression against Poland and the Baltic states, so that they can regain the control over the so-called Eastern Bloc. So we remember Putin's ultimatum. If Russia wins this war, Russia will be able to propose the new security architecture. If Ukraine wins the war, what are the possible scenarios? The interests are still the same. Not all the players are interested in the full victory of Ukraine or in collapse of Russian Federation. So the key dilemma for the NATO is something that needs to be resolved for the future of the NATO and also for the future of Ukraine. Ukraine will have to determine for itself what are its main goals, and NATO, at least for now, is still interested in Ukraine to become the furthermore post of the eastern flank of the NATO. However, NATO is not able to give Ukraine the guarantees stemming out from Article 5. Thank you.
Share this presentation or not? Will you share this presentation after the conference? Yes. Thank you very much. We have to remember that deterrence is in the mind of the adversary always. And when we convince the adversary, we would be better off. Now we are approaching a more difficult part, because academia can say anything, at least they should, and I'd rather to have Chatham House rule here, but I know that this is recorded. However, with the Chatham rule, there is always the danger you cannot be attributed, but you can be punished. So now we'll have governmental officials, and we'll start with Ambassador Yanukonis. What's the Lithuanian perspective of all this predicament? Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for opportunity to participate in this discussion. First of all, to Professor Malitsky, and nice to see you, General, also here in Warsaw. Our path crossed in Kiev in the past. Indeed, I agree with my Ukrainian colleague that we should start thinking about the new regional and European security architecture. And probably we see still not very many such discussions. And in fact, we would like to see Ukraine as a part of NATO, and for us, for Lithuania, it's a key element of the future security architecture in Europe. And another key element for such architecture would be that Russia is not part of this new arrangement. And of course, many issues are being discussed now between the allies, especially before the Vilnius NATO summit, which is due in 2 weeks. And there's still a lot of issues which need consensus among different countries. So, as I said, some countries like Lithuania and Poland, I believe, supports more political advance during the summit. We would like that the language during the Vilnius summit is stronger than the Bucharest in 2008, but still there is a long way. But also alongside with the support to Ukraine, we have to think about our own security, about defense and deterrence, which is particularly very relevant for the NATO eastern flank, because Lithuania, for example, and as other Baltic states, they found themselves in a quite vulnerable situation due to different strategic peculiarities. Also, we have Belarus on our side, which should be closely watched now as well, because of the Putin's plans to deploy the nuclear tactical weapon in Belarus. We don't know yet whether it's going to happen, but preparations are underway, possibly, and we cannot achieve strengthening of our defense without sufficient investment into our capabilities. So our goal is to have a kind of agreement between NATO allies, or commitment that every country spends not less than 2% of its GDP for the defense needs. And of course, another big success during the Vilnius summit would be membership of Sweden into the NATO. This is what we very much expect, and still hoping that it might happen. So briefly, those are main elements for the beginning.
Thank you very much. I have to say that everybody has high expectations with Vilnius. However, it is very tricky. I spent in Brussels 12 years, on different repositions in different times, and I know that the communique is almost ready. Now there are some semantic exercises over the last sentences, but the situation can change overnight. We're hoping with Prigozhin adventure that would influence a little bit that communique, but it didn't happen. We will see. That would be very difficult decision, and I'm not so sure that Sweden. You have still a couple of infant terribles in NATO who are putting obstacles against the Swedish membership. So we will see. I hope, because that our situation would be.
I agree. It was quite idealistic.
Very optimistic.
Set of objectives.
Very optimistic. Now we have Professor David Sacko to present to us the Big Brother perspective. However, before you do that, please explain yourself. You are Navy Reserve and you are a professor in U.S. Air Force Academy. What's going on here?
Like many Poles, I embrace my contradiction, sir. Indeed, I do teach at the U.S. Air Force Academy, but the important fact for this year is that I'm visiting faculty member at the University of Warsaw's Eastern European Studies Center. And I have to say, it's been absolute fantastic year, wonderful collaborations, historic time to be here, and for that, I'm ever so grateful. I'm ever so grateful. And as such, on that note, I should mention that these comments, of course, are my own, and today, at least, do not reflect those opinions, official opinions of the U.S. government. My colleagues at the embassy would be angry if I did not say that, so here it is. And this is good, because this allows me to be the professor rather than the polished diplomat. The polished diplomats, of course, set the stage, but I want to offer some other comments related to deterrence, related to some other security issues that maybe we can come back to in the discussion later. Reminded at a similar session in Vilnius, we were given the prompt, USA and regional security, how to keep the elves in Middle-earth when Mordor is at the gates. And this took me a second, being a Lord of the Rings fan, to realize that, wait a second, the Americans are the elves in this situation. And how did I feel about having pointy ears and an English accent? I said, well, that's okay. I was reminded of a particular comment in the movie, it's not in the books. You might remember where there's the siege at Helm's Deep. It's this dire situation, and then you hear this horn. And they go out to see it's not the orcs that are closing in, but the elves that are coming in to reinforce. And it was the elf captain who said something I think that's very, very poignant. He said, I bring word from Elrond of Rivendell. An alliance once existed between elves and men. Long ago we fought and died together. We come to honor that allegiance. We come to honor that allegiance. And so much has been said in American academia, and even some of politicians, about American interest and where it truly lies. But we don't talk about something else that Machiavelli mentioned, this idea of honor. And honor for honor's sake, but also honor for reputational aspects, for understanding how our international security relationship may proceed in the future. Because as evolutionary game theory tells us, it's never a one-shot game. It's never just one and done, that we have these other interactions and these other interactions, and that too affects deterrence. That's where deterrence fundamentally operates in my mind. And General, I'm keeping track. I promised 11 minutes. The academic is starting to sound windy. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're getting close to lunch. I'm going to speed this up. I'm sure a lot of you have come across the article, Why Ukraine is the West's Fault, written by one of my colleagues who's persuaded of this paleo-realist offensive school. I won't mention my colleague's name, but argues essentially that the reason why there is a military crisis in Ukraine now is because the US created the security dilemma by pushing too far. This would be as if blaming that the elves were acting in their own interest and intensifying the security dilemma between the elvish kingdoms and Mordor by marching to Helm's Deep. But we all know that Mordor would come anyway. We all knew that Mordor would come anyway. And this was an important debate in American academia and security circles in the 90s. This descends from this idea of realism, whether we're talking Hans Morgenthau or Kenneth Waltz or these recent scholars in foreign policy, foreign affairs, that talk about interest defined in terms of power purely, and that anything like institutions or values have no real place in international relations. That the story goes that the US, by its ballistic missile defense initiatives and its incorporation of further NATO members, sowed suspicion, antipathy, and fear among the Russian elites. Or as one of my colleagues once told me, David, we need not poke the Russian bear. But what if the Russian bear has broken free of the circus and is running headlong at us? That's what I would ask. But nonetheless, this old logic existed that persisted among the likes of George Kennan, Brent Scowcroft, So we need to talk about it. We certainly need to talk about it. And I would say a couple of things, in terms of this idea of the U.S. abdication of leadership, the U.S. making a deal for this idea of stability is unthinkable for a couple reasons from the perspectives of international relations that I want to share and then be quiet. One is this notion that we could take this simple version of realism and say, yes, interest to balance interest, power to balance power, always maintain the balance of power. But Henry Kissinger, another quintessential realist, says something very different than what Scowcroft and Kennan would have said in the 90s. In fact, what he said in the 90s and what he's saying now is that we can never be clear about the position of Russia and how it might surge again. And then therefore, this, again, taking all the values and institutional aspect, just having an aggregation mechanism against a possible surging Russia needs to be kept intact. And this is, I think, behind his logic. Kissinger gave this really great interview to The Economist in March, I'm sure you all saw, in terms of saying, yes, Ukraine needs to be part of NATO now. And we can explore that in Q&A if you like. So Kissinger talks about the idea of the need to balance, but I would go a step further and say world politics is more than just power and balancing, that there is more to political navigation. It requires feel and understanding, values, and institution that normalize these behaviors. That this is the so-called Western legal model of which my hopes are rested on for our collective future. This idea that at some point, returning back to the Lord of the Rings, if you will allow me, that there were two key elements from first, the creation of the fellowship, that again, our elves allowed for this, the elves allowed for the facilitation of the mission. They led as first among sovereign equals, among the different humans and the dwarves and the wizards and the hobbits. I'll let you decide which European nation is which. But nonetheless, the elves provided direction and everyone collectively moved forward in this fellowship of the ring. And again, what was the ultimate purpose of the fellowship but to destroy the ring of power? And I'm reaching, but I think of that in terms of destroying the old ways of doing international security, of this 19th century model of balancing of power that inevitably leads to more conflict. That there can be a different way, there has to be a different way. We have to do things differently, and we are. This model that we've seized upon and that has gradually expanded this idea of an international legal-based order where the use of force upon one state by another ought to be brought to a point where it is unthinkable. That disputes are resolved peacefully. Last point that this gets us to, so what, okay, we have these ideas, well, how does it operationalize within the question that we're addressing in terms of Central European security, in terms of where we're at today, that military strategy, U.S. military strategy during the Cold War was predicated on this idea of extended deterrence. That largely was effective. And again, I love the discussion, all the elements there that I teach to my students in terms of maintaining this conversation, as to quote another movie, Dr. Strangelove, deterrence is the art of creating in the mind of the enemy the fear to attack. And that there exists along this, in this general perspective as well as this extended perspective, and is within this extended deterrence framework, and again, maybe we can get this in a Q&A, that that situation was stable and then it wasn't. And I think the circumstances under which it became unstable are very, very interesting to look at what was happening in all of the different centers to include Ukraine, Russia, and indeed the United States. The term of art today and the challenge for us all is this idea of integrated deterrence, moving forward with partners, with allies to recognize that the domain of conflict has expanded to more than just military. That yes, we begin with military, but we also talk about economic, diplomatic, and indeed informational. And that's me. And I'll conclude on this thought that about the idea of information, and if you don't mind, I'm going to quote something from the Bible that's also on the walls of CIA's original headquarters building, so I'm told. Alan Dulles had etched John 8:32, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." We have the great benefit of having the truth on our side, thinking about the informational domain of conflict, and I dare not get too far into strategic communication because it is not my domain, but understanding that our messaging, our truth will prevail. One last quote, paraphrasing Hayder. An alliance once existed between, if I may, Poles and Americans in the first war of the US Republic, in the first war of the Second Polish Republic, thinking about Marion Cooper. No student gets through my class without hearing about Marion Cooper and Tadeusz Kościuszko and Kazimierz Puławski. Together, we have fought and died together in Iraq and Afghanistan. We both continue to honor that allegiance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those fairy tale metaphors and those comparisons to unrealistic world. But we have brutal war in the middle of Europe. I was attending conference in Finland recently, and one of the panelists said we have the war in the middle of Europe. In the past, we were treated as the West, as East, and Finland, for instance, was treated as West. Nowadays, we will have a different situation, and I was glad to hear that we have the brutal war in the middle of Europe. And the question to you maybe in the next intervention would be why United States is so much hesitating in providing hardware and some other modern equipment to the country in need. For the dessert, we have two Polish host nation panelists. First, Director Peter Pacholski, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to express our points regarding those triangle of NATO, Ukraine, and regional security. But as we started this at the beginning of the panel, definitely it will be easier for me to say at the very beginning that we have some kind of a specific phrase for that situations that maybe not necessarily everything what I will say will represent the official position of the Ministry of National Defense. But it not preclude that I will speak freely, obviously, on everything which theoretically can be said. But speaking as a fourth speaker, definitely I don't want to repeat a number of things, but rather maybe add to our discussion, especially about the NATO role in facing that what happened after February last year, but also that what has been done before February last year in stabilizing and protecting security and defense in transatlantic area. But before I do it, obviously, just would like to reconfirm how much we are committed to those key objectives which are shared by all the community when it comes to necessity to restore Ukrainian independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, and that obviously Ukrainian government should decide about any ways and time of looking for the final solution, political, military, and state, when it comes to stopping hostilities and to go into the political process. But obviously I fully concur with a number of remarks already mentioned here that yes, it is the question about the political military end state, the mid and long-term perspective on that will be critical, not just in general for the global and transatlantic security, but will be crucial or even existential for the Polish security and prosperity. So based on that, obviously, Poland is very engaged, heavily engaged in all actions which can help to set those new political military environment after the hostilities will stop in a way which will help to transform the huge deterioration of the security architecture to the process of restoration of it, to work further during the years on stability and prosperity. That requires, obviously, a number of lines of efforts, which is already known, but obviously it is important to just mention how important it is to see it comprehensively. First of all and foremost, it's just the maximizing pressure on Russia. Maximizing pressure on Russia, including, obviously, relevant to the scale of need, scale and pace of support to Ukraine. But it's much more than that. It's much more also than the next waves of sanctions coordinated among all players. So that's important, for instance, for a number of allies and partners to advise, convince global partners to not be the same level of distance from so-called collective West and Russia in facing the global effects of Russian aggressiveness, including Russian aggression on Ukraine. In this context, the NATO role is predominant, and it started much before the war, the Russian aggression in February last year has started. It's not just about the defense and military domain, it's much more. I'd like to draw attention rather on those other elements which also have been seen in the context of our discussion before Vilnius about the way how to provide reassuring messages towards Ukraine, towards all allies, towards all partners, global partners, and finally, at the end of the day, also towards Russia. So firstly, it's important to mention that we, after those decisions made at the very beginning of the Russian aggression, namely March, April last year, that NATO would be not as a frontliner in terms of the lethal support to Ukrainian forces. We cannot just see it as something which precludes NATO to play a predominant role in shaping the way and the character of the support of all activities, comprehensive activities which we are seeing from that time. So first and foremost, NATO continue to be the primary platform for political consultations among all allies and partners regarding the way how to face the Russian aggressiveness and this specific aggression on Ukraine. Which is crucial from, because of many reasons, and also it impacting very much allies and their positions regarding the way how NATO should do another important job, which is very much highlighting nowadays by also all NATO officials, is namely to reassure NATO allies in such a dense, even tectonic shift in security environment in Europe, that yes, allies can provide this kind of the support which is necessary, which is driven by the needs of this situation, and this reassurance message, this message of strength from all allies, confirmed at the NATO level, is very important. It somehow also is related to the issue of the scale of the military support. Because on one hand, we can easily observe that there's a huge support already provided before war started and after the war in terms of the lethal equipment, armament, munition, different kind of the advisory support and information, data sharing and so on, everything, which naturally impacting somehow the deterrence and defense posture of allies. Not probably equally all allies can see this effect, but definitely it's visible. So it is even more important how much NATO is able and provides this reassuring message to all, including especially those allies who are most exposed on different kinds of the additional risks related to their role in supporting Ukraine and in general their role in deterring Russia and Belarus. Thirdly, it's important to mention that NATO also plays an important role in shaping so-called escalation management, which have been somehow touched upon during the presentation of Professor Perpelsa, which is decisive. I mean, effectiveness in escalation management has been, is, and will be crucial for a successful approach of entire collective West to make Ukraine fully sovereign, independent, and recognized in its borders. And this element also is linked to the current defense package for Vilnius summit when it comes to the NATO internal ways how to provide this reassuring message. It was the level of ambition has been set in Madrid. Now it's much more difficult part, namely to deliver in terms of the plans, in terms of the forces, in terms of the capacities, including defense investment pledge, number of things, which finally results in a robust, relevant, and reassuring message to all allies regarding deterrence and defense posture. What is also important in this, I believe, is the issue of shaping by NATO this growing partnership and growing role of EU in facing Russian aggressiveness, including Russian aggression. As we all have seen, EU step up in terms of a number of activities when it comes to supporting Ukraine, be it macro-financial support, be it different mechanisms to incentivize, to streamline, to facilitate military support to Ukraine. And this quite well-shaped division of labor, if I can say so, is also important part of the NATO job to provide this kind of the conditions to be a reliable partner in coordination of those efforts. Maybe it is not seen very much on the day-by-day basis, and it's not, frontline stories, but it's important part of this responsible approach of all allies and NATO bodies to helping, to facing, and coordinating that what can be done within the EU framework. Maybe one element which should be also considered when it comes to this discussion about the Ukrainian membership in NATO is obviously, on one hand, these discussions regarding the different tools which we should, as a collective West, adopt in so-called meantime. Avoiding or regarding the discussion about the dates and specific mechanism of the Ukrainian final membership in NATO, it would be important to provide those tools, those mechanisms in a way which will be reassuring for Ukraine and which will be also providing strong deterrent message towards Russia and Belarus. So on one hand, it's obviously about that what allies can do in this in terms of crafting these kind of the messages, and as we all know, it is ongoing. Secondly, it's also this development part. The message to Ukraine should be shaped much more comprehensively, and it's not just about prospects for Ukrainian membership in the EU. It's also about this whole discussions about the long-term open hands, full of supporting tools towards Ukraine and all of the region. So here in Warsaw, we definitely see how important it is to shape this open hand in a way which will be seen also in capitals of other our Eastern partners, to not just let them feel somehow neglected or somehow in secondary role. Then it definitely will reassure all of the region and also provide significant part of this comprehensive strategic messaging towards Russia. Maybe I will stop here because probably it's about 10 minutes and I'm open for discussing it longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You touched upon many issues which might be based for further elaboration by us. Finally, we have Mrs. Anna Tyszkiewicz, who is in double difficult situation because all the arguments were said already. Can you reveal anything, what is going on with Ukrainian membership or with NATO summit or just your initial statement? Please, you have the floor.
As you have said, speaking after so many distinguished panelists, it's always difficult to add something new to the discussion, but still I will try my best. I'll try to be brief also. I'll focus on three aspects. Some of them covered already, but not fully. The first one is the necessity to ensure sustainability and a long-term perspective of the support for Ukraine, foremost of the military support, as the fate of this war will be decided on the battlefield. Diplomatic negotiations may follow, but it's the battlefield where the things take place. And as much as we all would want this war to end as soon as possible on just terms for Ukraine, we have to be ready for a long-term war. And we have to make sure that we manage to create a framework in which the support we give Ukraine will not be susceptible to different political changes in the West, but that this support keeps going. And it needs to keep going if we want to have Russian strategic defeat, as Russia is ready and is preparing for a long-term war. And that leads me to my second point, that we cannot underestimate Russia, especially after this weekend's events, but also earlier. There are a lot of comments that Russia has already lost, that it's a giant on short, skinny legs. But we need to understand that Russia is still a powerful country. It has an enormous population which it can still mobilize and throw to the front. It has stocks which it still hasn't used. Its military industry potential is being mobilized. Of course, the sanctions hit a lot the Russian military industry, but slowly and slowly they are adjusting and they are finding their way to continue supporting the military. Also, we don't see any signals of the Russian vision of rebuilding the spheres of influence coming to an end. So the threat is there. NATO has to be ready, and NATO put it in its strategic concept that Russia is the main threat to our security. And that leads me to my third point. If we want to come out of this situation as winners, it's not just the military support that has to keep flowing. It's not just our determination in our posture towards Russia, but we also need to change the Russian strategic calculus. And to do that, we have to show that we are in Ukraine and we will stay in Ukraine, and to show that the security framework in Europe is not open for negotiation, and that the Russian goals are not achievable. And how to show that Russian goals are not achievable? It's by answering to the Ukrainian NATO aspirations. If we want to be credible, we should show that Ukrainian path to NATO is irreversible, and there will be no gray zones in Europe, which means no space for negotiation and thus no space for Russian success. And we still have some time towards the NATO summit. The discussions are still ongoing. Documents, all of them actually pertaining to Ukraine, are still open. So we will see what will come out of that. But from my own perspective, and of course I'm also speaking as Chatham House rules, what we should do at the NATO summit is to send a credible message that Ukraine will be in NATO and that the path towards a succession has already started. And that's on the political front, and there's also the practical one. There are a lot of things apart from the political process which we can do, and that's a support for modernization, for the reform of the Ukrainian army. Also, once again, with a strategic vision and a strategic approach.
Thank you very much. You were the most disciplined panelist. Thank you very much for these highlights. Before we start the second round, I will try to comment a little bit what was said just minutes ago. First of all, let me have my own opinion. Nobody wins that war. Whatever the final result would be, everybody is losing. We are losing economically, we are losing if we are talking about population, we are losing. Simply the world is losing. And when I hear that when we win with Russia, no, nobody is winning with Russia. We need Russia as well and this European landscape. Now, second point was about Ukraine as a buffer zone. My friend, be prepared for that. Poland became buffer of NATO when we became NATO member. The border of NATO was shifted towards the east, 800 kilometers from Berlin, and Poland became the buffer. So Ukraine has the chance to be the buffer of the buffer now, when you join. So this is very specific place, but being the front country of the potential aggressor is always a difficult position. And you have especially difficult situation because once you became the NATO member, you will have 2,200 kilometers border with Russia and 1,000 kilometer border with Belarus. So this is something to defend, I would say. At this stage, Finland probably has the longest border with 1,300 kilometers. So be prepared for a lot of investment into that direction. Now, second point about the, let's say, building up for Vilnius. We can hear that NATO-Ukrainian Commission will change to NATO-Ukrainian Council. Is this only a semantic exercise? We used to have NATO-Ukrainian Commission, we used to have NATO-Russia Council. Was that changing situation for the better? Probably not much. So this is kind of promise we're making towards our friends. And we have to still remember about at least a couple of articles in the North Atlantic Treaty. Article 3, which is more or less self-defense. Article 4, which is about consultation. Article 5, which is the one for all for one. And Article 10, which is open door policy. So Article 10 is quoted lots of time. Russia will not dictate us to whom do we adopt as the next member and so on. Article 3, Ukraine is building up its military potential. I will give you some data. Preparing for this conference, I jumped on the global firepower statistics. You might have some objections towards the objectivity of these statistics, but if you take into account 60 different factors, starting from economy, budget, equipment, population, capability to rebuild, this is becoming objective. You have the US as the first, as the strongest military country in the world. Russia is the second. But now, I will go over the neighbors of Ukraine. Romania, 47 position in this global firepower statistic. Hungary, 54, Lithuania, 93, Bulgaria, 59, Latvia, 95, Estonia, 104, Slovakia, 67, Georgia, 85, Moldova, 143, out of 145. Not good picture, I would say. Poland is 20th. Surprise, surprise, Germany are 25, but Ukraine is 15. That should give you a little bit to think about. How big potential can Ukraine provide or delivered as a NATO member. Now, coming back a little bit to these articles, we can of North Atlantic Treaty, we can always consider Article 4 as something which can be introduced just now. Ukrainians should have the rights for consultation if there is the danger arising from any direction. That would be probably the easiest concession NATO can make at this stage. And we should not think in the MAP, Membership Action Plan terms. When Poland joined NATO, also the other countries of the region, we didn't know the term Membership Action Plan. We just joined because that was political will, and we have special time for special situation, and we should create the special procedures for that time, special rules probably. And we should show Ukraine that the clear rules, clean game, not promises which last already 15 years from Bucharest, 2008, promise that Ukraine and Georgia will become NATO member, but now we need the timetable with the accession process, probably. I'm pushing very much because, from egoistic point of view, because secure and safe Poland, or Ukraine is secure and safe Poland. So very easy for us, and secure, and the region is much more secured as well. So also the problem of strategic communication should be here much more explored, because as a matter of fact, we are losing the communication war. We're losing. And we are not at war from 2014, when Crimea, Donbass, and so on. We are on this war much earlier, at least cyber war or informational war, and we know what is the insane Russia's propaganda here. Now, with those words, I will ask the audience to ask a couple of questions. I hope that I provoked you enough to have this shooting range exposed. You can shoot to our panelists, please. Who goes first? Of course, we can count on on you always.
Maybe without mic. Thanks. Sławomir Łazarek from Government Center for Security. It's our topic now, strictly security, but the previous one was connected to the security as well, because the environment, the industry is so important for security. Yeah? But I want to ask for something. I totally agree that, unfortunately, for high level of probability, we should be ready for a long war. And we shouldn't underestimate Russia power, Russia influence, because if we are looking, for example, what is going on according to their commercial migration engineering, that they are, how to say, going, that there is an war by weaponized of migration. It's going on from long time, and the hybrid warfare is now how to say, not only this kinetic one in Ukraine as we can see now, but there is a hybrid war against us. The info war, as you said, it's definitely is going on. Yes, the migration war is going on, and I totally agree that the NATO should show our determination that we will not allow to say Russia's or to give the Russia's right to decide who will be the member of NATO. Yeah, it's the first step for our weaknesses. If we are not united, we are not so strong as we can be. Yes, and it's against our, how to say, treaty obligations. And just is not so long. I can more elaborate, but I want to say, put the question. Do you assume that we can be more active with putting the pressure for the nations that are supporting Russia now? Yes? What we can do, I have some ideas, but it's not for that, for you as a panelist. Can we do something more to be more pressure, give them more pressure on that they are supporting Russia now? Because they are not collapsing now, and probably not for a long time it will be, because there are, as we can see, they can elaborate, they can adjust it, their posture, their economy for the war. They used to be, yes, the most withstanding the countries. Can we do something for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that we are not talking about sanctions only. Who is volunteering for the... David, I can see you. You are eager to take the floor as first one.
If you don't mind. Sir, thank you for the question. There's so much there. I think in terms of one of the points, thinking about military deterrence between NATO and Russia has been successful. While there has been a open, full-on conflict between Russia and Ukraine, that NATO has achieved its goal of achieving military deterrence. I've been here since October, was here when the surface-to-air missile fell in Polish territory. And just to see the upsurge of energy, the questions that I received, that what does this mean? What does this mean? Is this the escalation we've been fearing? And then, fortunately, it was not. So kind of be cognizant of that line, but then to look at the line beneath the threshold of militarized conflict and all the different realms. Hybrid war is what NATO calls it. George Kennan called it political war. I believe Russian military theorists call it next generation war. We used to call it active measure campaigns. Mark Galeotti has a whole book about all the terminology, but we know what we're talking about. That there is a profound sense of existential conflict that Russia feels from the West, and therefore is reacting with all of its other implements of national power. And we have to react, and we are reacting, I would say, in terms of where all these other domains are. And again, as our distinguished chair recognized, that the key element is strategic communication, strategic information to both inform our domestic constituencies, which if anybody's noticed, there's an election coming up in the United States pretty soon, in terms of how we understand information and consume information. Fortunately, after 2016, I would offer, it's no longer just Facebook, but different story. And as well as having our inter-elite dialogue, where within the United States, throughout the Cold War, you can make a good argument, politics stopped at the water's edge, that there was this consensus. It wasn't as strong retrospectively as we might think. Nonetheless, it was intact. And I would argue it's not as weak as we might fear, that at a key level, there's this understanding for what Russia means in terms of the threat that you articulate and described, and thinking about where the conflict is. It's been momentous week after momentous week. Was traveling last week, and I couldn't take my eyes off the Biden-Modi discussion and interaction, and how the White House literally rolled out the red carpet for the leader of India and for the government of India, and the economy of India, et cetera. And I think that goes exactly to your point in terms of this long conflict. It's not a frozen conflict. It's not long conflict like the Cold War, but it's certainly something that we have to be quite measured about and understand where the ground is to compete. And it's BRICS. We're talking BRICS again, which I had almost deleted from my academic lexicon, but there it is, and particularly India, Brazil, and South Africa, in terms of the roles that they've taken, supporting roles, some quieter than others, in this long conflict. And again, sorry, one last point in terms of what the comparative advantage I see of the allies. U.S. has a hard time speaking about the issues of colonialism in terms of how we treated our Native American population. There are a number of issues in terms of how we treated our African American population. I think about the power of the voice of Poland in being able to speak to the South, in terms of Poland being able to speak in terms of, no, we've adopted this model. We do not have the history of colonialism the way the Brits or the Americans do, but here's the model to move forward that you should really rethink in terms of the reaction that the reasons why we've heard India want to not side with Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Hrihori, can you, in your widest dreams, what the other countries should do, not only economic sanctions, but what else?
Так, ну, що ще можна...
Well, first of all, and that is something I would like to tell you in my answer to the question. First of all, we should all be aware that the war between Russia and Ukraine is not just a conflict between two countries. It is a global conflict. The President of the United States, Mr. Biden, mentioned this. It is a conflict between two civilizations, between the West that represents its values, democracy, rights and obligations, and the anti-Western world, which has a different civilizational dimension. The war between Russia and Ukraine demonstrates the brutal attacks and deeds by Russian army. We can see that they are from a different civilizational background. They are acting like the old from the Middle Ages. It's impossible to negotiate with them. You either kill or be killed. So the time for dialogue is over. And now what we can see, we are speaking about BRICS, those countries that are distancing themselves from the conflict, but there are other countries that joined the Ramstein conference and are supporting Ukraine, are taking part in the effort. So it's very important to move beyond the consultative role. You will not deter Russia if you are just avoiding conflict. Putin understands it very well. He knows that the Western world is showing weakness, and he thinks, well, if they are weak, I can attack them. And that's what he's doing. This is why Ramstein or anti-Putin coalition is a form of feedback, and unfortunately it also results in a coalition being formed by Russia. So two very big blocs are being formed, and people say that preconditions are there for a global conflict. I already call it the Third World War. Ukraine and Poland are very close, not only in terms of language, culture and history, but we are also countries which were treated a buffer zone. Poland in 1939 was treated as a buffer zone. There is also a theory that says that those countries that are a buffer zone cannot keep their independence, because sooner or later, when there is a confrontation between sphere of interests, buffer zones are being partitioned, and the stronger party just sort of absorbs the buffer to build its future offensive. And this has been shown over and over again in history. And of course there are third countries who have a choice either to take a position and stand with the West, judging Russia for its aggression against Ukraine, or they can be like China, for example, like African countries who say, well, you should end this war. Russia can keep what they have gained. Well, Kissinger originally said something very similar, that Russia should keep its territorial gains. One thing we should understand, however, is that Russia will not stop in Ukraine. It has global aspirations. Putin said Russia will either be great or it will no longer exist. They say, why a world should exist without a global Russia? So it's their existential choice. They will fight till the end, until they reach their goal or disappear or collapses. So NATO is speaking about Article 4, applying Article 4, but we've been using it since 2004, when Russia wanted to take Tuzla Island away from Ukraine. NATO issued an ultimatum and Russia decided not to proceed. But the things have changed. The power balance has changed. Russia became stronger and the West became weaker. So as David rightly said, Russia is trying to approach this in an objective way. So we have the only one way out of this situation. We should become stronger. Thank you.
А те, що, вибачте, ще одна ремарка.
Just one more remark. We've been promised by the NATO for 20 years to become a member in Bucharest, in other places, and after every promise we had a war with Russia, because your promises convince Russia that they are not kept, they are not credible. So if there is no credible decision in Vilnius, this will be a tragedy, because there are these three conditions. You have to be effective in what you're doing, and you have to convince Russia that you're serious.
Important is the mentality here, mentality of Russians, also mentality of Ukraine, some Ukrainians with Russian roots as well. If we are talking about Russia, we're still facing the situation that there is Homo Sovieticus kind of thinking over there. So people are very much ready for devotion for the big Rodina, and they are still living in very poor conditions. If you compare Moscow, for instance, and countryside, it's totally different. And that should be changed. We were also suffering when our transformation started with this Homo Sovieticus type of thinking, but it gradually but steadily we are getting rid of that. And Russia is on the border of civilizations, as you know. They are fighting with own identity. They have identity crisis, and they are fighting for own identity as well, being so multicultural and spread across 2 continents as well. But as Mrs. Tyszkiewicz said, this is huge territory with huge living space, with huge resources, with capabilities to restore the economy. So that would be and everybody wants to make business at least with those resources which are cheaper than the others. Okay, do we have another question from the audience? Please.
Thank you. I'm Olena Cybuch from the Embassy of Ukraine here in Warsaw. I guess the question will be to the Polish counterparts. The Polish side has come up with the idea of denunciation of the founding act between NATO and Russia. Could you please tell us how this idea was perceived by your allies, and is it moving on now? Denunciation of the founding act.
Who goes first? Probably Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland first.
What we actually advocate for is to have a strategic debate on NATO's approach to Russia. And that's something we still did not have after the Russian invasion against Ukraine. We tend to concentrate on some particular aspects of that war and answer them as much as it is required. But the broader relationship and the fundamentals of the NATO's policy towards Russia from before the war were still not answered. So we hope that this discussion at least could be started at the NATO summit to hold it later, but of course we will see how it goes with all the allies, because as also my colleague from Ministry of Defense was saying, there are a lot of topics on the agenda of the NATO summit in Vilnius. Of course, Ukraine is the main topic, but there's also defense and deterrence, where a lot remains to be done for the sake of our own also security. So we will see to what extent Russia is also there.
Mariusz, maybe you.
I agree with my Polish colleague that we need strategic discussion on NATO-Russia relationship. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, so why do we need a new security architecture in Europe? So, to answer this question, we should look into the future and what is on the horizon in the midterm. In the midterm period. So the war is going to last. The Russia will continue to pose existential threat. So what we might expect? We might expect more brutal Russian actions. Remember the destruction of Novokakhovka Dam. So of course, nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia is another urgent issue which should be monitored very, very closely, because basically Russia cannot stop, and it will continue in the most brutal way. So there of course, it's always tempting to simplify everything, but actually there are two pillars. One is to continue our strongest support to Ukraine, providing everything it needs, not for only one counteroffensive, but for as long as it takes, and also to strengthen our own defense. As I said, eastern flank is the front line. But the whole alliance should take steps to enhance its defense capabilities.
Just brief comment on a few elements. Firstly, when it comes to this maximizing pressuring on Russia and the global partners, commenting to this question, definitely those allies and members of the collective West who have a global outreach have a primary role in it. But one of the important factors which can make it much more effective, obviously, is the perspective of key allies when it comes to the Russia-Chinese relationship and its future. As much as we'll see the end state, political military end state of the war in Ukraine as an important factor for shaping the Russia-Chinese relationship, we can have a stronger argument to those allies who have a global outreach to be even more effective. Also taking into account the significant costs which they have to pay for this, let's say, reinvigorating the pressure on those global partners who claim to be the same distant from Russia and West currently. But so that's the dilemma. It is also, to some extent, also the question about our discussion, the new NATO-Russia affairs. It's just some kind of the nickname, but the real discussion is the discussion about the level of ambition when it comes to the collective West and the way how we together are going and assess we are able to shape European security environment in 5 to 10 years. So it's more or less the same question as this first issue of effectiveness of pressuring on Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would come back to the Cold War. One of the characteristics of the Cold War was that was cold. Now it's not cold anymore. And this NATO-Russia Founding Act was kind of transitionary document which helped to understand, but Russia didn't obey this document from the day one. The NATO came with the open arms. They created even the Russian delegation in NATO, Russian military representation in NATO. They were revealing a lot of information, but Russians were simply using our goodwill to their favor. So now it's time to change a little bit our attitude towards them, because a reset, as it was in 1998 when NATO-Russia Founding Act was set, is probably impossible at this stage. So there has to be some new architecture, new security architecture in Europe, but the form probably will be decided maybe after Vilnius, maybe after the US summit. We don't know yet. Okay, another question. Now, finally, people are ready. And
I have one short question. How will be an ally reaction if the Russians attack a nuclear power plant in Zaporozhye? How will be an ally reaction? Yeah, because it's going to be a possibly nuclear attack. Yeah, against Europe. How will be an ally reaction? Thank you.
Very good question. Of course, panelists don't have the crystal ball, but they might try to improvise. Who goes first? Why not?
So, obviously, even if I'm starting to answer this question, it doesn't mean that the reaction should be mostly military. But in general, obviously, we have to take into account a number of things which can cause NATO to put in the position to answer the question about, okay, so if we as alliance start to react kinetically on some kind of the Russian activities, which starts to be casus belli, or starts to be, obviously the ongoing discussions in open sources, but also not only, about what this case, which you raise, could mean for NATO, also from the international law point of view, especially when it comes to the radioactive pollution, which can be expected, for instance, for the NATO territory, if something wrong happened with Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. As usually, we can, at this stage of the general theoretical consideration, envisage very, very effective consultation about what to do, including the shaping that what we can use to name as a proportionality of the reaction, but also effectiveness to restore the deterrence. The issue of restoring deterrence is all the time the key issue in any wargaming and any scenarios, which can relate to the issue of some kind of the hostilities from Russia or Belarus towards NATO country. So those two questions, proportionality and how to restore deterrence, will be key on this. Thank you.
I would add up on that. Just to say that if indeed there was probably not an attack, but an incident in the nuclear plant, it would not be just for NATO to react, but that would be a global problem where I'm sure we would have to react at the UN level to call into action the International Atomic Energy Agency and a whole playad of different actors, because that would not be just a local problem. That's one thing. The second one, I doubt that Russians would attack the nuclear plant. It would probably be if something happens, as the Ukrainian side is signaling recently that actually some kind of attack may be upcoming. It would probably be, according to the Russian general strategy, an operation which they would blame on the Ukrainians and would deny any responsibility for it. So there would be definitely not a clear situation from the communication messaging point of view. And for me personally, I would be very interested to see how other countries react, especially China, which actually on the nuclear element was very clear until now that there is no acceptance for using this element.
Thank you very much. That would be very difficult to engage UN. As you know, the head of UN Security Council is Russian now, which is kind of grim joke or the giggle of history. But Gregory, you have the floor.
Дякую. Я би хотів запропонувати вам більш такий
I would like to suggest a wider perspective. Let's say that Russia attacks the nuclear power station, especially the cooling tanks it would be a major disaster with much more far-reaching consequences than the Chernobyl disaster. And the cooling water has the highest radioactive potential. This would mean the contamination of the whole southern Black Sea area with Romania, Moldova and Bulgaria as well. So, look at the logic and the patterns of behavior of Russians, their strategic thinking, their strategic culture. And with that, we can say that they could attack the nuclear power plant. As I've already said, Putin and Russians started an existential and global war. In this context, Russia uses the de-escalation through escalation concept. In other words, step by step, they've been trying to escalate the conflict. Let's look back into the history of that de-escalation through escalation concept. In 2017, Russia took a decision to develop its military capacities against the West. At the same time, NATO enlargement was not a military but a political decision. Russia realized that the military strength at the eastern flank was higher. That is why there was a relocation of Russian troops to the east, just in case the provisions of Article 5 is applied in order to preserve the independence of Baltic states and Poland. So Russia responded with the deterrence approach as well, with its own deterrence concept, major escalation. Let's not forget what was the ultimatum given in December 2021. Ukraine was talking then about the capitulation of NATO. NATO did not capitulate, but because of that situation, Ukraine was on the brink of defeat. Don't forget, Putin always follows the simple deterrence rules. He would always escalate. Since the beginning of the war, and after the Russian defeat in the Battle of Kiev, the West decided to supply military equipment. When this decision was announced, Russia simply said, "We will use tactical nuclear weapon against you." This was a major challenge for everybody. Biden went to China, talked to Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping talked to Putin, and Putin decided not to use the nuclear weapon. Then there was the threat of dirty bomb. Then there was a threat of nuclear explosion if West provided firefighters, if the West provided jets, long-range missiles, and so on and so forth. Every time Russia would move to a higher level of escalation, including the threat of using nuclear arms. And there is no adequate response, actually. Putin has to understand that the response would be really firm and done with resolve.
I would ask each panelist to have 10 seconds or maximum 1 minute statement at the end, strictly connected with the topic of our deliberations, which is Ukraine, NATO, regional security. If I could be in your shoes, I would say Ukraine, yes, NATO, yes, regional security, yes. That would be 10-second statement. Please, Peter, you have the floor as first. Yeah.
So in the very brief form, I would like to maybe highlight one thing is that now obviously the key is, there are two key factors to have a successful approach with that what Russia is doing by the collective West. First is obviously this maximized pressuring, and second is the integration of scale and pace of the military support, which still would be more decisive, also impacting very much on that what Russia will see its own conditions and minimas for any future disputes. Thank you.
NATO, yes, in terms of the argument around Article 4, not Article 5. Article 5, of course, is the gold standard, but in terms of, yes, this is a long war, but at some point it will stop. Ukraine and its military capability pointed out is surprising, but upon reflection, not so much. In terms of being able to mediate that military capability right now to really bring long-term security, Ukraine needs to be in NATO for its protection, but for the greater regional security. I think they're hand in hand.
I would like to use this occasion to relate to some of the elements that was mentioned, also still commenting on the nuclear element, agreeing with my Ukrainian counterpart that actually the best we can do is by deterrence. Try to influence Russian decision-making not to cross certain thresholds. On the question of communication, we have not done enough towards the global south, definitely, and we can still try to influence those countries. We need them not only in question of evading sanctions, but we need them also at the UN and other international organizations. We need their votes. We need their support also in the perspective of the possible peace summit that Ukraine hopes to organize. And the third element, I just would like to point out to a certain geopolitical shift or ferment, which is also created around Russia due to its loss of political and military credibility, that countries in South Caucasus or Central Asia are actually looking cautiously around to see what will happen. And that's also for us, NATO, EU, the US, also an opportunity to look for some shifts in global politics.
Thank you.
One of the major tasks would be to find consensus within NATO on the future relationship with Russia. That's one element. Another important point would be to continue close cooperation between NATO Eastern Flank countries, now including Finland as well, not only on defense, but also on all kinds of possible hybrid threats. Third point would be to continue and to strengthen pressure on Russia. Also not forgetting Belarus. For example, Belarus is not sanctioned at the moment to the extent as Russia does, and that's a part of the problem for avoiding sanctions and so on. On Global South, we should understand that those countries will not probably stop cooperating with Russia, but they are not necessarily pro-Russian. They are very much they are open to all kinds of cooperation, and in this respect, we would like that the EU increase its role. I mean, in talking to them and politically engaging with them, because EU is the main financial provider and economic partner of these countries very often, but that doesn't translate into political action.
Gregory, you started, you finish.
Okay, I expressed my conclusion before in my long speech. З того, що конкретно, що може зробити НАТО, це проявити.
We want more massive weaponry supplies to Ukraine. This is a pre-requirement for our victory. Otherwise, this will be treated as a weakness of the West and NATO. There is no other option as Ukraine's victory.
First of all, talking about Russia, do not believe in anything and everything is possible. That was one of the quotes from Classic. Now, Russia must not be underestimated, like the Mr. Director said. Russia will continue to provoke everybody, the world, let me say, and Russia will try to increase its military industrial potential and to increase their military capabilities. Now they are also drawing lessons learned from that conflict. They are not stupid at all. One cannot overturn Russia with one finger. That would be too easy. That takes time, but as I said, very important is strategic communication. For NATO countries, for Ukraine, security is expensive, and that is one of the spillover effect, but the negligence is even more expensive. And we cannot be tired with Russia, as we cannot be tired with the support to Ukraine, and we have to support Ukraine with all our might. Thank you very much to the audience, to those who survived, and thank you very much to these excellent panelists. Thank you very much.
To continue with final words by General Fałkowski, I would like to say two remarks. The first one is following. General Fałkowski, after my infos and advices about panel, he said, in a free translation, he said, I'll try to get it. So after I can say many thanks, General. My second remark is that an international group of panelists combined together between academia, government, diplomacy, with military experience and with different national knowledge and experience gave fantastic effects indeed. Thank you, many thanks for our panelists. about Russia, as General Fałkowski said, o Rosji, o której
About Russia, that was mentioned by General Fałkowski. Obviously, Russia kept being mentioned over and over again, and this comes as no surprise. But distinguished Pole, Marshal Józef Piłsudski, one of the most distinguished representatives of Poland in the 20th century, knew a lot about Russia. He was born and raised during the partitions of Poland, thus on the territory of Russia. He was also imprisoned by Russia. When he came back to power in 1926, he spoke to his advisors and said, "Please be careful. Russia is never as weak or as strong as it may seem." And we could repeat the same thing after last week's events. So, as I have said, the topic of this conference was Ukraine, NATO, regional security, and I must say that we marched to the end of our conference right on time and according to the agenda. So my task now is to give a brief summary of our deliberations, and I am doing this on behalf of myself and Minister Emilewicz, who was expected to present the conclusions, but she has an urgent meeting with an ambassador of a very important country to discuss matters that were also the topic of our debate. So I was asked by her to speak also on her behalf. We began by discussing the report on the arms deliveries to Ukraine. This was a very detailed, sometimes raw presentation of what was transferred. Because there are some types of equipment and there are some countries that prefer not to mention the deliveries. This pertains to the United States, but also to some other countries. Professor Sacco does not need to confirm or deny. The same pertains to Poland. Director Pacholski does not have to confirm or deny. And many other countries, including Lithuania, do not always disclose the deliveries. The most important thing is that weapons are being delivered, and regardless of what we've heard from Professor Perepełca, that this is a clash of civilizations, it is also a clash of the West with the East. Also, when it comes to the type of equipment, weapons, and the methods of conducting war. So, regardless of our sincere wish for this war to be won by our dear neighbors, we are sure that this war is being watched very, very carefully from all over the world. There was a report on that initiated a debate which was planned to be more extensive, but we only had 2 participants, 2 government plenipotentiaries from Warsaw and Prague. Fortunately, both ministers proved to be excellent panelists, and there was also an excellent moderator, which in my opinion resulted in a very successful debate. And let me tell you that not all countries have established or appointed plenipotentiaries for relations with Ukraine. There is quite a number of such countries, but some other ones, albeit very engaged in support for Ukraine, still have not created such a post. Lithuania is one of them. What I wanted to achieve is a debate by plenipotentiaries of those countries that have them. So I am very happy that this debate took place and we have a plenipotentiary in Poland. Then we heard about a report, Belarus, Ukraine, the region. Before this report was presented, I said that we decided to present it because you do not need to be very knowledgeable. You just need to glance at the map in order to understand that without Belarus one cannot understand or speak of the war in Ukraine. Our panelists mentioned particular threats, and we also understand more after the events of the weekend. Belarus is an important player in this war. And from the point of view of international law, which has been mentioned here too, Belarus as a state, as a regime, from the point of view of international law, is a participant in this aggression, not the citizens of Belarus, not the Belarusian population, but the state of Belarus. And if we look at the document of 1974, and let me quote, who gives its territory at the disposal of an aggressor becomes an aggressor. So the country that provides its territory to the aggressor is an aggressor itself. When we speak about sanctions, Lukashenko's Belarus is treated differently when it comes to sanctions. The sanctions against Belarus are not severe as the sanctions against Russia, but it is clearly an important factor in the current regional situation. My colleagues mentioned that this is already the 8th report, and all of them are available to you freely online. We also discussed the report on the latest research on Ukrainian refugees and economic migrants in Poland. There was a question whether we would continue these surveys and whether there is interest from the government. Indeed, we intend to continue. As my colleagues mentioned, this is already the 15th report, and we intend to continue these studies. And is there interest from the government? Well, let me tell you, the East European studies, which celebrated its 30th anniversary in 1920. We were not able to celebrate this anniversary because of COVID, and now we have been prevented by war, as we want to celebrate together with our Ukrainian counterparts. So celebrating during the war is, in my opinion, not a good idea, as our colleagues may not be able to participate and as Ukrainians are dying in the war. So we are waiting for a better opportunity to celebrate our jubilee. But during the 30 years of its history, Center for East European Studies achieved a lot. And government is now more interested than ever in the results of our studies. Maybe it is because after after the 24th of February, 11.5 million people entered the territory of Poland. Some of them traveled on, some others returned to their country. Poland survived this huge migratory wave, the first one since the end of the Second World War. And despite the number of citizens of Ukraine still remaining in Poland, we understand the threat. And now is the time to look more in depth by the state institutions in order to be prepared for the future and to make sure that we are well organized, as we still have some million refugees present in Poland. And at the end, I want to mention that I should congratulate the moderator of the last panel, who said that it is all due to excellent panelists. And let me just mention this mix of different backgrounds and different nationalities. This is what gave such an excellent result. We had representatives of the United States, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Poland. So whenever Mr. Fałkowski is a moderator, we should have at least 5 panelists, because this is something that gives you the best results. So once again, thank you very much. We shall continue our Warsaw conference. We expect another edition in 2 months' time. We always pick a main theme. And for the next one, we intend, or one of the next conferences, to focus on recovery, and not in terms of pledges and collecting millions or speaking about the necessity to rebuild Ukraine. This is something that everyone says. We want to speak about very specific projects aiming at reconstruction. So if we're successful, this should be important not just for Poland but for the whole region. We'll notify you about the date of the next conference. So I would like to thank our interpreters. It is my custom from the university. Sometimes these very fast speakers must have given our interpreters a lot of trouble. However, they still managed. So I would like to thank the interpreters, but also the team from the Prime Minister's Chancellery. They spent many days preparing this conference and making sure that everything runs smoothly. And my very final remark, I would like to announce the Standing Warsaw Conference on Ukraine, the Permanent Working Conference on Ukraine, a review. There is also review. So I would like to close the 3rd edition of the Permanent Working Review Conference on Support of Ukraine closed. So I would also like to thank everyone on behalf of Minister Emilewicz, government's plenipotentiary on for developmental cooperation between Poland and Ukraine. I would also like to thank on behalf of Minister Marek Kuchciński, who apologizes for not being here in person, but he also asked me to say that in order to make up for him not being here, you are all invited to lunch, which is served on the 2nd floor. Thank you.